Chapter 1438. Jianshan returned to the Tianyuan continent and arrived in the Changyang prefecture of Lore City. Before long, a notice that shook up the entire continent was sent out from the Changyang prefecture of Lore City, causing a great commotion. All Heaven Saint Masters who had reached the 6th cycle of Heaven Saint Master would gather outside Lore City in 3 days. They would be given the opportunity to become Saint Rulers. All Saint Rulers who had comprehended Saint Tier battle skills or were at the 7th heavenly layer or above could gather outside Lore City in 3 days. They would be given the opportunity to become Holy Emperor. All Holy Emperor experts at the 8th heavenly layer or above would gather in the Changyang prefecture of Lore City in 3 days. They would be given the opportunity to become Saint Emperors. As soon as the 3 pieces of news were sent out from the Changyang prefecture of Lore City, they spread like wildfire across the entire continent. Whether it was the hermit clans, ancient clans, or the mysterious experts who spent most of their time in seclusion, they all received the news from their good friends. When they learnt about the news, all of their hearts were in turmoil. They were unable to calm down for a very long time. The current world lacked origin energy, so it was impossible for the Holy Emperor to break through to the origin realm. It was extremely difficult for the Holy Emperor to reach the level of Holy Emperor. There had been countless experts who had spent their entire lives trying, but they had all stopped at the level of Holy Emperor. On the current Tianyuan continent, there had almost been a lack of Holy Emperor experts. Only the Path Lord of Carnal Desires had created the 7 emotions and 6 desires to become a Holy Emperor, becoming the only supreme expert on the Tianyuan continent in the past. In the eyes of all the Holy Emperor experts on the Tianyuan continent, the path to becoming a Holy Emperor had been cut off long ago. Even if some of them had reached great perfection and were only a hair's breadth away from becoming a Holy Emperor, they would still end up as skeletons in the end. But now, Changyang Prefecture in Lore City actually released news that some Holy Emperors were given a chance to become Emperors. This immediately caused an uproar among the Holy Emperor Realm Group, causing countless people to be in an uproar. No one doubted the ability of the Changyang Prefecture in Lore City because the Changyang Prefecture was the clan of the human sovereign Jianshan. Moreover, the Holy Emperor experts that had been born on the Tianyuan continent a few months ago were all closely related to Jianshan. Everyone knew that the reason why these people had been able to increase their strength by leaps and bounds in such a short amount of time was all because of Jianshan's assistance. There were even a few Holy Emperors who had met the requirements who constructed space gates and hurried to Changyang Prefecture as soon as they received the news. At the same time, the Saint Rulers and Heaven Saint Masters who had met the requirements did not hesitate too much. As soon as they received the news, they all searched for nearby cities, sects, and clans that possessed space gates. They paid a great price to borrow space gates and hurried to Lore City as soon as possible. Just as the news that had shaken up the entire continent spread from Changyang Prefecture, the 2 Holy Emperors in Changyang Prefecture constructed space gates at the same time. They left excitedly and hurried to the Sea Realm and the Beast God continent. The 2 Holy Emperors were experts of the Sea race and the magical beasts that had remained on the Tianyuan continent. They had been summoned back from Mercenary City by Jianshan and had been told to bring the same news back. Before long, the 2 experts reported the news to the Hall Master of the Poseidon Hall, Yadrium, and the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Sangqiong, which greatly shocked the 2 of them. They immediately announced the news, spreading it across the entire Sea Realm and the Beast God continent. The Sea Realm and the Beast God continent began to fall into an uproar as well. The Holy Emperors who had met the requirements were all overjoyed. They found it difficult to contain their excitement, so they hurried to the Tianyuan continent eagerly. This time, not only did Jianshan want to increase the strength of the humans on the Tianyuan continent, he also invited the people of the Sea Realm and the magical beasts to participate in a major breakthrough. In just the first day, over 10,000 people gathered outside Lore City. They all stared at the city that was not particularly large in front of them with respect. These people were all people who had arrived on the first day. Most of them were Heaven Saint Masters, while only a small portion of them were Saint Rulers. There were even many Heaven Saint Masters and Saint Rulers who had not met the requirements who had come to watch the show. They hoped that they would be chosen as an exception. All of them stood on the ground, including the Saint Rulers. No one dared to hover in the air. Even when they conversed, they purposefully kept their voices down. They did not make any loud noises, as if the city before them was a holy city where even Saint Rulers did not set foot in. They were camping out in the wilderness. Changyang Prefecture was currently filled with the holy emperor experts of the three races. However, without any exception, all the holy emperor lowered their statuses. They were extremely humble and showed a sliver of respect. They did not even dare to offend a single servant in Changyang Prefecture. A palace that seemed like an imperial palace stood in Changyang Prefecture. It was majestic and was the most dazzling building in Changyang Prefecture. This palace was Jianshan's personal residence in Changyang Prefecture. Jianshan remained in the palace, busy with his heavenly resources. He did not come out to see anyone. During this time, many holy emperors wanted to see him politely, but they were all rejected. As a result, the palace he resided in became a sacred place in the hearts of many holy emperors. Even in the hearts of many holy emperors, the thought that anyone who could step into this palace would bring endless honor. At this time, a small team of holy emperors respectfully came to the palace where Jianshan resided. One of them said to the two servant girls standing at the door, "Taida requests to see King Jianshan." After that, they bowed to the palace at the same time. Their expressions were full of respect from the bottom of their hearts. Around them, some holy emperors shook their heads when they saw this scene. They had already predicted the result. "Esteemed guests, please return. The fourth young master is not receiving guests." The two naturally beautiful servant girls smiled and repeated the same words they had said countless times. Every time they mentioned the fourth young master, the eyes of these two servant girls would reveal unconcealable adoration and worship, almost to the point of madness. "Come in." However, as soon as the two servant girls finished speaking, Jianshan's voice came from inside. Hearing this, the holy emperors suddenly trembled and turned to look at the several holy emperors standing at the door of the palace. Their eyes were filled with envy and some surprise. During this time, countless holy emperors had requested to see Jianshan. There were many holy emperors who were at the perfect holy emperor level. In the end, without exception, all of them were turned away at the door. They were the only holy emperor who had successfully requested to see the fourth young master. The two servant girls guarding the door were also stunned. Their eyes suddenly changed as they looked at the people in front of them. In the past, let alone holy emperors, even saint rulers would have been enough to make them shiver in fear. They would not even dare to breathe too loudly. However, only today did the two servant girls discover that the holy emperors did not seem like much. The people entered the palace. As soon as they saw Jianshan, who was tidying up the violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea leaves, they immediately knelt down and politely said, "We greet the king." These people were the holy emperors of the Turtle Clan and the holy emperor of the Sea Race, Taidu, who had once submitted to Jianshan. Chapter 1439. Ruler, it doesn't matter if you're a part of our Turtle Clan or not, you will always be the most respected and greatest ruler in the hearts of all our clansmen. Our current glory is all thanks to you, ruler, an elder said passionately. He felt respect for Jianshan from the bottom of his heart. Ruler, my life is yours. It doesn't matter if you're a human or a sea race, I, Taido, will always treat you as my master. Taido knelt on the ground with his head lowered as he said extremely seriously. Jianshan's gaze became rather mixed as he looked at the people before him. With a flip of his hand, a Niden appeared. Under Jianshan's control, it slowly hovered before the elders of the Turtle Clan. The elders of the Turtle Clan immediately stared at the small Niden. They could sense an extremely dense ruler's presence from it. I obtained this Niden back then, and it was exactly because of it that I possessed the ruler's presence of the Turtle Clan. This belongs to your Turtle Clan, so I'm returning it to you now, Jianshan softly said as he sighed inside. It was exactly because of the Niden that he had become connected to the Turtle Clan in the Sea Realm. It was also because of the Niden that the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan had risked his life to save him. The Niden had added many stories to his travels in the Sea Realm. The elders knelt there politely. None of them extended their hands to take the Niden. Jianshan said when he saw this, "My karmic connection with your Turtle Clan is all because of this Niden. Now that the Turtle Clan has returned to its former glory, I've basically completed the Grand Elder's final wish. I will rarely go to the Turtle Clan in the future. Just treat this Niden as something I'm leaving to your Turtle Clan. After all, this Niden has accompanied me for quite some time." The Holy Emperor elders of the Turtle Clan were very dejected. They carefully accepted the Niden with heavy hearts. They held the Niden in their hands like it was a treasure, afraid that they would damage it. At this moment, this Niden had become a supreme treasure that surpassed everything else in their hearts. This was because this was something left behind by the greatest ruler in the history of the Turtle Clan. It was a personal item that had accompanied the ruler for some time. Although the Niden itself was not worth much, it held quite the significance to the Turtle Clan. You've all eaten the violet cloud peaches in the past and reached the level of Holy Emperor. The violet cloud peaches can only be eaten once every century, so you won't be able to take part in the opportunity to increase your strength this time, Jianshan said to them. Ruler, we've only come this time to personally see you. We have no other desires, an elder politely replied. He had no regrets. In fact, with their original strength, they were still very far away from the Holy Emperor realm. Some of them would never be able to enter the Holy Emperor realm in their entire lives, but the king had allowed them to become kings. This was already very satisfying for them. After all, reaching the Holy Emperor realm was very difficult right now. The Holy Emperor realm had basically reached the limit of cultivation. The elders of the Turtle Clan left. They did not remain in Changyang Prefecture for long. Instead, they carefully returned to the clan with the Niden that Jianshan had given them. They used all the power of the clan to hold an extremely grand ceremony and construct a sacred tower. They enshrined the Niden at the very top of the sacred tower. Soon after the elders of the Turtle Clan left, Jianshan saw another familiar person. The beautiful Qing Yishuan in azure clothes had arrived in Changyang Prefecture to see Jianshan. When they met again, Qing Yishuan had already broken through to Emperor. When she absorbed the violet cloud peach, she had clearly lost very little energy. Just a single first-grade violet cloud peach had allowed her to undergo a qualitative leap. Qing Yishuan sat in a chair across from Jianshan. She was melancholic and there was a sliver of loneliness in her eyes. There was also a sliver of confusion. "Have you gotten your revenge?" Jianshan asked. Qing Yishuan shook her head and gently sighed. Her face was filled with indescribable mixed feelings. She gently said, "My enemy from the past is already dead. He didn't die to my hands. Instead, he was slain by the experts of the world of Forsaken Saints in the battle against them. Even his corpse has disappeared." Qing Yishuan was rather dejected. She continued, "Back when I was still a saint ruler, I was forced to flee to the sea realm by this enemy. I hid there for over 1,000 years, cultivating day and night diligently. I only hoped that I could return to the Tian Yuan continent sooner to kill my enemy. Not long ago, I ingested the heavenly resources you gave me and broke through a few minor levels of cultivation. When I returned to the Tian Yuan continent excitedly and found Yangji Zone, I discovered that the entire Yangji Zone only had a single great elder who was a holy emperor. The others were all dead." Qing Yishuan suddenly began to laugh foolishly when she reached there. She murmured to herself, Man proposes, but the heavens disposes. I never thought that the heavens would play a joke on me like this. I worked so hard in the past, just so that I could personally kill my enemy one day, but in the end, my enemy was already dead by the time I possessed the strength to do so. He didn't die to my hands. If I had known earlier, why would I have worked so hard in the past? Qing Yishuan felt empty inside, as if she had lost all her goals. Your enemy is actually someone from Yangji Zone. What kind of deep grievances do you have with them? Jianshan asked in surprise. He had grievances with a few people from Yangji Zone in the past, but they were all dead now. Yangji Zone's Yang Yun wiped out my clan, Qing Yishuan said in low spirits. Jianshan remained silent. He stared at Qing Yishuan without saying anything. This is the Saint Tier battle skill I obtained from the treasury of the Tao family. I don't need it anymore, so I'll return it to you. Qing Yishuan left behind the stone slab with the Saint Tier battle skill inscribed on it before turning around and leaving. Her figure was bleak, carrying a trace of loneliness and desolation. Jianshan watched Qing Yishuan leave before gently sighing. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the Saint Tier battle skill away. The Flame Mercenaries just happened to need something like that. Over the past 3 days, experts from various places constantly arrived at Lore City. Not only did Lore City become the most famous city on the Tianyuan continent, but even the Kingdom of Jessen benefited from it. Although the Kingdom of Jessen was still nowhere near the strength of the 8 great nations, its status completely surpassed the 3 empires. Jianshan's uncle, Bai Dao, whom he had not seen in many years, had returned to Changyang Prefecture as well. He had been hiding in a place no one knew about in the forest, completely isolated from the outside world. Only recently did he emerge from seclusion after completely refining the fragment of Venerable Poison Sword's soul. He had inherited Venerable Poison Sword's comprehension of the mysteries of the world. However, due to the fragmentation of Venerable Poison Sword's soul, he only inherited a portion of his comprehension of the mysteries of the world. He was unable to reach the peak of his strength when he was alive, only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Tianmu Ling had come as well. Jun Moheo and Wang Yinhong followed her closely. Clearly, they loved their great-granddaughter very much. Tianmu Ling met with Jianshan without any obstructions. She told him that the Holy Emperor of the Tianmu clan was already dead. Jun Moheo and Wang Yinhong were the 2 most powerful people in the clan now. Their status as an ancient clan was in danger. Jianshan naturally understood what Tianmu Ling was trying to say. She promised that she would definitely help Jun Moheo and Wang Yinhong reach Saint King. 3 days passed very quickly. Jianshan had also tidied up the violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea trees, stacking them neatly in his space ring. He had obtained a total of 4 first-grade violet cloud peach trees in the Xianhuang microcosm. There were 3 second-grade violet cloud peaches, 2 third-grade violet cloud peaches, 2 fourth-grade violet cloud peaches, and 3 fifth-grade violet cloud peaches. There were 108 fruits on each tree, so there were 432 first-grade violet cloud peaches, 324 second-grade violet cloud peaches, 324 third-grade violet cloud peaches, 324 fourth-grade violet cloud peaches. Chapter 1440. Compared to the violet cloud peaches, there were far fewer comprehension tea trees. Jianshan had only obtained 3 first-grade Immortal Tier comprehension tea trees and a 5th-grade Immortal Tier comprehension tea tree. Each tree had 81 leaves, and Jianshan only had a small portion of the 5th-grade comprehension tea tree left. The difference between the number of violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea leaves is far too great. At the same time, basically all the Holy Emperor of the humans, sea race, and magical beasts have gathered in Changyang Prefecture. Although many Holy Emperors haven't met the requirements, there are still over 100 people who have reached the 8th heavenly layer or higher. That requires over 100 violet cloud peaches. And among these people, some of their talent isn't as great as Qing Yishuan's, so quite a lot of the energy in the peaches will be wasted. In order for them all to reach the Holy Emperor level, I need to give them first-grade peaches or higher, Jianshan murmured to himself as he frowned slightly. Moreover, there are already several thousand saint rulers who have met the requirement. It's not enough to give everyone a single violet cloud peach. As for Heaven Saint Masters, there are even more, over 10,000 of them. Looks like other than the Holy Emperor, who has met the requirements, all the Heaven Saint Masters and Saint Rulers will have to share one each. However, we need to nurture those with great potential first. 3 days later, Jianshan finally emerged from the hall under the expectant gazes of all the Holy Emperor. He appeared before everyone. Today was the 3rd day Jianshan had agreed to with everyone. As a result, all the Holy Emperor from the 3 races gathered before the entrance of the hall where Jianshan stayed. They all eagerly stared at the closed door. As soon as Jianshan appeared before everyone, all their eyes lit up. They all bowed towards Jianshan politely. Greetings to Sovereign Jianshan. Greetings to the Sovereign of the humans. All the Holy Emperor present showed respect from the bottom of their hearts. The law of the world was that the strong were respected. This was respect for Jianshan's strength. At the same time, Jianshan had killed many foreign saint emperors all by himself in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. He had performed a great service in protecting the Tianyuan continent. Just that was enough for everyone to worship him. Nearby, the group of senior members of the Changyang clan stood there. They all smiled as they watched this happen. Bai Yuntian and Changyang Ba's eyes were brimming with tears. This was because the person who was receiving the greetings of the Holy Emperor was their child. Jianshan's 3rd brother, Changyang Ku, was in the crowd as well. He watched this silently with mixed feelings. He was filled with envy, but there was also a sliver of sadness and disappointment in his eyes. Out of Changyang Ba's 4 brothers, the eldest had been chosen by the Pure Heart Pavilion and brought back to the Protector clan. The second sister was the mysterious Holy Maiden of the Ice Goddess Hall, possessing a great status. The 4th brother was the greatest human expert, an existence that had surpassed the Holy Emperor. He was revered by all the Holy Emperors. Only he remained unknown. Even though he had become a saint ruler from the Violet Cloud Peach, he still felt like he was the same as before. Even though he had become a saint ruler, he was still an unknown figure. Bai Dao also stared at the white-robed Jianshan from the crowd. He smiled and was filled with pride. Chang Bo, Changyang Zuyunshao, Changyang Zushao, and the others were the same. They all stared at Jianshan quietly. Jianshan looked around and clasped his fist at everyone. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he directly got to the main topic. Everyone, I'm sure you all know that I possess a heavenly resource that can rapidly increase your strength. I used this heavenly resource a few days ago to allow my friends and family to break through to Saint King and Saint King. It's just a pity that I don't possess such a heavenly resource. I haven't obtained many heavenly resources like that, but the invasion from the world of Forsaken Saints is imminent. I'm willing to share some heavenly resources with everyone so that everyone can break through, said Jianshan. Sovereign Jianshan sure is magnanimous. We're probably all trying to hide such a heavenly resource for ourselves, yet Sovereign Jianshan is actually willing to give it to us. I admire your magnanimity, Sovereign Jianshan. I may be a magical beast, but if I can become a Saint King and survive the war against the world of Forsaken Saints, I'm willing to join Changyang Prefecture and become the protector beast of Changyang Prefecture. Sovereign Jianshan, if you can help me become a Saint King, I will follow you in life and death. I will never betray you. The blood of many holy emperors began to boil. Their faces became bright red as they all swore to the heavens. They struggled to remain calm. Among them, although they were all at the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, they did not have much time left. Their hopes of becoming a Saint King had been severed, so Jianshan's words had given them a sliver of hope. Once they became a Saint King, Not only would their strength undergo an overwhelming change, their lifespan would increase by another 4,000 years. Most importantly, their chances of survival in the next war against the world of Forsaken Saints would be greater if they became a Saint King. As a result, some of them were even willing to sacrifice the lower half of their bodies to become a Saint King. Although these people seemed foolish, they were actually clever people. They knew that the Holy Emperor still had a very long path ahead of him. Even within the Origin Realm, there were differences in strength. If they could follow an Origin Realm expert with limitless potential, it would be extremely beneficial to their future cultivation. Afterward, Jianshan began to distribute the violet cloud peaches. Since the weakest of these people was at the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, they were not far away from the Holy Emperor, so he only gave out 2nd and 3rd grade violet cloud peaches so that they could all become Saint Kings. As for the comprehension tea leaves, he took out 31st grade comprehension tea leaves and boiled them into a cauldron of tea. He distributed it equally to each person. Afterward, Jianshan personally led them to an ancient forest so that they could break through. Several days later, a huge swathe of 9-colored clouds enveloped the entire continent. The clouds were very thick, composed of over 100 layers. They shone with endless light as they flickered in the surroundings. With the help of the violet cloud peaches, the Holy Emperor from the humans, sea race, and magical beasts all successfully became Saint Kings, becoming an extremely powerful force on the Tian Yuan continent. At the same time, in a certain miniature world on the Tian Yuan continent, the pale-faced Path Lord of Carnal Desires healed in a secret room. He was completely naked, and in the corner of the room lay several naked, bloodied young women. They were no longer breathing. Suddenly, the Path Lord opened his eyes. Immediately, 2 streaks of light shot out, seemingly piercing through space and allowing him to see the world outside. Over 100 Saint Emperors. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires said with a heavy voice. His eyes were filled with shock, but his face soon sank. When I broke through to Holy Emperor, it really was extremely difficult. I spent my entire life creating my way of 7 emotions and 6 desires before successfully becoming a Holy Emperor. Yet now, with Jianshan's assistance, these people have easily broken through the bottleneck that I had spent my entire life on. Jianshan, I curse you to die a horrible death, the Path Lord gritted his teeth. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires said through gritted teeth. His sinister face was already twisted, filled with a strong sense of unwillingness and jealousy. Chapter 1441. Why? Why did it take me several thousand years to become a Holy Emperor, yet these people only need a few short days to become a Holy Emperor? Even a few 8th heavenly layer Holy Emperors can break through in just a few short days, reaching the 9th heavenly layer and great perfection in one go. In the past, I used my comprehension of the cultivation method of the Pure Heart Pavilion to create a different path of cultivation, allowing me to become the only human Holy Emperor on the Tian Yuan continent. Yet now, over 100 Holy Emperors have appeared all of a sudden, and they've become emperors so easily. Why? Why did it take me so much effort to become a Holy Emperor while they became emperors so easily? This is unfair to me. I refuse to accept this, the Path Lord of Carnal Desires roared as he sat in the chamber. His face was already twisted, and with the hint of evil around him, he looked incredibly ferocious at that moment. Jianshan, it's all your fault. You caused all of this. It's fine if you cultivate so quickly, but you just had to let so many people who have nothing to do with you become emperors, making my several thousand years of cultivation become worthless. You're purposefully targeting me, the Path Lord gritted his teeth. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires gritted his teeth. His voice was filled with resentment. He placed all the blame on Jianshan. Originally, he was the only human Holy Emperor on the Tian Yuan continent. Even the 10 protector clans with a history of 1,000,000 years did not dare to offend him so easily. He was renowned across the continent, and he was the greatest human expert in both name and reality. However, everything changed with Jianshan's appearance. Not only did he steal the title of the greatest human expert and become the sovereign of the human race, worshipped by everyone, Jianshan had actually allowed so many people to become holy emperors, causing several dozen holy emperors to appear on the Tian Yuan continent all of a sudden. As a result, the Path Lord's status on the Tian Yuan continent fell time and time again, becoming worse with each passing day. I want to break through. I want to surpass the Holy Emperor and become a sovereign of the Origin realm. Today, I will completely sever my emotions and desires, so that my way of the 7 emotions and 6 desires can reach full mastery. Madness filled the Path Lord's eyes. With a raise of his hand, a supreme force smashed through the stone door of the room, and he walked out. This was a minor world created by the Path Lord of carnal desires. Not many people lived here, only a few thousand. Aside from a few dozen of the Path Lord's wives and close to 100 of his children, the rest were disciples of the sect he had created, the Carnal Desires sect. The sect of Carnal Desires had been founded by the Path Lord several thousand years ago. All of them cultivated in miniature worlds, rarely venturing out. As a result, they were not well known on the Tian Yuan continent. Many people did not even know that such a sect existed. The place where the Path Lord cultivated was not far away from the sect. As soon as he emerged, 2 middle-aged men heard the commotion and flew over from afar. They bowed towards the Path Lord and said politely, "Greetings, Path Lord." The 2 middle-aged men were both saint rulers. They were the only 2 saint rulers in the sect of desires. They were the strongest experts in the sect aside from the Path Lord, and they practiced the Path Lord's way of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The Path Lord was emotionless. His eyes were filled with emotionlessness and coldness. In particular, he looked at the 2 middle-aged men like he was looking at 2 dead people. Suddenly, the Path Lord silently appeared before the 2 middle-aged men. He pressed down on their heads, and with a bang, the 2 men's heads immediately exploded. Their souls were wiped out, having been mercilessly slain by the Path Lord. The Path Lord's expression did not change at all. He looked at the nearby sect of desires and strode through the air, making his way there at a steady pace. There were several thousand disciples in the sect of desires. Although they practiced the Path Lord's way of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, it was not suitable for everyone. As a result, even though the cultivation method they practiced was created by the Holy Emperor, a Holy Emperor had never appeared in the sect of desires in the past several thousand years. The strongest of them were saint rulers. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires entered the sect of Carnal Desires. Looking at the familiar sect before him, he murmured, "The 7 emotions are joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. The 6 desires are life, death, ears, eyes, mouth, and nose." Currently, this Tao Lord has understood all of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and has created the 7 emotions and 6 desires palm. However, this Tao Lord still has a few more obstacles to sever. It's not that I can't sever them, but that this Tao Lord feels that the time isn't right, so I don't want to sever them. Perhaps it's because I've been trapped by the desires that I haven't severed, so I haven't been able to make up my mind to sever them. But now I have to make the final decision. I have to sever them immediately so that I can undergo the greatest refinement and surpass the Holy Emperor. The Path Lord's voice vanished from the entrance of the sect of desires. Before long, cries filled with fear and disbelief rang out from the sect. "Path Lord, what are you doing? Wu Lin is innocent. He has never done anything to harm the sect. Why do you want to kill him? Spare us, spare us, spare us, Path Lord. Why do you want to kill us? Everyone run! The Path Lord has gone mad. The Path Lord is massacring us." The Path Lord was mercilessly massacring the disciples of the sect of desires. All the disciples he came across along the way either had their heads crushed or their necks snapped. No one could escape from the Path Lord's demonic grasp. Gradually, the ground became dyed red with blood. The smell of blood filled the air as more and more corpses fell to the ground. The cries alarmed the entire sect. Very soon, all the disciples learnt that the Path Lord had gone mad. They immediately fled outside in fear, but the sect had already been sealed off by a powerful barrier. In the end, not a single disciple managed to escape. They all launched powerless attacks at the barrier in despair. The Path Lord's body was covered in blood. At this moment, he looked like a bloody man. This was the blood of the dead disciples of the Carnal Desires Tao sect. With the Path Lord's strength, he could have wiped out the entire sect with a single wave of his hand, but he did not do that. Instead, he personally took action, sending the disciples of the sect to their deaths one by one. The Path Lord did not go mad. His eyes were clear and filled with decisiveness. Every time he killed someone, he would carefully comprehend it and carry out the final process of self-destruction. There were many ways to sever one's emotions and desires. There was no need to sacrifice the lives of others to reach perfection, but the Path Lord just happened to choose the cruelest method. Before long, the entire sect was covered in corpses. Not a single person was left alive. They had all been personally slain by the Path Lord. After personally wiping out the sect he had founded, the Path Lord looked towards the depths of the miniature world. There was a resplendent hall there. It was the Path Lord's residence. Several dozen of his wives and close to 100 of his children lived there. The Path Lord made his way to the residence in the depths of the miniature world, entering and exiting the various halls. He had completely turned into a heartless person. He mercilessly buried his past lovers and children, causing a series of terrified cries to ring out in the residence. Many people in the residence learned that the Path Lord had gone mad. They all fled from the residence, flying off in all directions. However, they were unable to leave the miniature world no matter where they fled. In the end, several hundred people in the residence, including the female servants, had all died. Whether it was the Path Lord's wives or his children, the youngest of which was not even 10 years old. After ending everyone's lives, the Path Lord's gaze became cold. There was nothing in his eyes, but they were also filled with everything in the world. He had fused with a certain way of the world. With a flash, he arrived in a mausoleum. Several dozen mausoleums had been constructed there, and they were all buried with the Path Lord's loved ones. They were either his past concubines or his children. Basically, they had all passed away because they were nearing the end of their lives. The Path Lord stared at the mausoleum coldly, without any hesitation. He raised his hand and pressed down. Immediately, an extremely huge hand appeared out of nowhere, slamming down heavily on the mausoleum. With a heavy sound, the mausoleum vanished, turning into a palm-shaped black hole that was several hundred meters deep. The final step, severing life and death. The Path Lord sat down in the air. He remained emotionless as he murmured, "Life is life, and from life comes the 7 emotions and 6 desires. I've severed all of them apart from life and death. With the 7 emotions and 6 desires gone, life no longer exists. All that remains is death." Severing life and death, completely stripping away the impurities and leaving behind the very beginning. Return to me my true body. For the final slash, I will use the palm of 7 emotions and 6 desires to sever the impurities in my soul and the distracting thoughts in my heart. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires slowly raised his hand. An invisible heavenly blade had already condensed in his hand before slashing viciously at his soul. The blade was formed from his palms of 7 emotions and 6 desires. It did not harm the body, only the soul. The blade flashed past the Path Lord's soul, leaving behind a hazy speck of soul light. Immediately, the Path Lord's soul weakened by half, becoming extremely feeble. The Path Lord of Carnal Desires trembled violently. The slash was extremely painful for him as well. His soul had been injured. However, after the slash, his soul became even more translucent. The impurities and impurities in his soul were all separated from his soul with the slash. Chapter 1442. With the swing of the blade, the Path Lord immediately became ethereal. At that moment, he seemed to have entered a state where he had no desires. His eyes became clear, as if he had seen through everything in the world. He had cast aside his desires, cast aside life and death, completely severing his emotions and desires, allowing himself to transcend them. At that moment, the Path Lord seemed to have abandoned all his resentment towards Jianshan. At the same time, he let go of all his past grievances. In his current state, the temptation of surpassing the Holy Emperor and becoming an Origin Realm expert seemed to be negligible. The Path Lord sat there with his legs crossed. His mind was empty. In this state, he felt like he was infinitely close to the laws of the world. He seemed to have faintly formed a connection with the laws of the world, allowing him to comprehend them vaguely. Although he had truly reached a state where he had no desires, there was still an instinct that urged him to comprehend when he was so close to the ways of the world. The Path Lord's strength silently increased. Although the amount of saint force within him did not increase, his comprehension of the ways of the world constantly increased. His weakened soul slowly recovered as well. Not only had it returned to its peak condition, but it was also continuing to climb, becoming even more powerful. I can feel that I'm getting closer and closer to the Origin Realm, thought the Path Lord. The Path Lord of carnal desires thought. He could sense the changes that had happened to him extremely clearly, but he did not rejoice at all. He had severed his emotions, so the increase in his strength was no longer enough to make him feel excited. As a matter of fact, nothing that happened in the world, be it joy or sorrow, could affect him, including his own life and death. In the past, I've met the Saint Emperors of the magical beasts a few times. King once said that even if I severed all my emotions and desires, I would not be able to surpass Saint Emperor. How could they possibly understand just how profound the path I've taken is? The Origin Realm is already within reach, but even if I reach the Origin Realm, what can I do? Is it to obtain greater strength or to increase my lifespan by 100,000 years? Where does this Tao Master's future lie? Where do my pursuits lie? Suddenly, a sliver of confusion appeared in the Path Lord's eyes. He had severed his 7 emotions and 6 desires, as well as his life's goal. He had walked this path too hastily and was not fully prepared. During the process of breaking through, he was in danger of losing himself due to his lack of desires. This was a bottleneck as well as a tribulation. If he could overcome it, he would immediately reach the Origin Realm, but if he could not, his soul would disperse and he would become a walking corpse. What is the purpose of my cultivation? What is the purpose of my existence? Why did I reach the Origin Realm in the first place? And where does my future lie? The Path Lord became more and more confused. Although he had severed all his emotions and desires like Chongyang, who and seemed to be walking the same path on the surface, Chongyang who had walked a true way of the world. Everything followed nature, conforming to the principles of the world. However, the path he had taken was rather unorthodox. If it were before he severed all his emotions and desires, the Path Lord would not have become so confused. He would have found the answer in a single moment. However, he had forcefully severed all his emotions and desires in such an extreme manner, entering a state of desireless. It was clearly too hasty. The path ahead had not been paved yet, so when he reached the end of the path, he immediately became lost. He had no idea where his future lay. This was because a broken path had appeared in front of him. This path was his life, the life of the Path Lord of carnal desires. Originally, this path of life had been forced upon him by Jianshan. At the same time, it was urged on by his emotions and desires. He severed his own life in order to obtain great strength and extend his lifespan. As a result, this path of life was built on his emotions and desires. However, after severing his own life, he had become desireless. The original path of life was no longer suitable for him. The path ahead of him had been severed. The Path Lord's strength continued to increase, and his understanding of the ways of the world deepened as well. However, the ways of the world could not help him pave the path ahead of him. At this moment, he stood at the end of the path and stared ahead in confusion. He had no idea where his future lay. However, at this moment, a mysterious and extremely powerful force appeared from outer space. It crushed down on the Path Lord's miniature world with a destructive presence. The Path Lord sensed this force. This was the first time he had become astounded by how terrifying it was. With his current strength, he actually felt like he was less than an ant before this mysterious force. If the mysterious force from outer space was an ocean, then he was a lone boat drifting in the ocean. Just a tiny wave was enough to destroy him. The mysterious and powerful force did not directly destroy the Path Lord of carnal desires. Instead, it interfered with the laws of the world, awakening the Path Lord from his desireless state. It prevented him from comprehending and breaking through. The Path Lord's face suddenly changed. He paled in a single moment and became haggard. His body tottered as he sat there. The mysterious force had forcefully forced him out of his wondrous state, causing his soul to become unimaginably injured. Moreover, his newly increased strength rapidly declined after retreating from the wondrous state. The power of his soul became weaker and weaker. Before long, it would disperse from the world. This was equivalent to a path of no return. Once he embarked on it, there would be no way back. He could only continue onwards. If he did not break through, his soul would disperse. A person can't live without faith. I was in too much of a hurry before and failed to find my future path, which was why I failed to reach the origin realm successfully. What I need to do now is find the path to the origin realm, the Path Lord murmured to himself. The Path Lord of carnal desires murmured with a pale face. His soul became even weaker as every single detail of his life flashed through his head. The state of having no desires gradually blurred in his heart. When he thought of Jianshan and how he had been forced by Jianshan to sever his emotions and desires before he had made any preparations, his extremely weak and pure soul immediately became riddled with impurities. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed through the Path Lord's eyes. He gritted his teeth and said, "Desireless is no longer possible. If I really desireless, I'll have to give up on my hatred for Jianshan. It's all because of Jianshan that I'm stuck in this situation. This is something I cannot accept, so my future path will be built on my hatred for Jianshan. Jianshan, I'll use my hatred for you as a path to the origin realm." Chapter 1443. The Path Lord of carnal desires had completely failed by severing his emotions and desires, allowing him to break free from his shackles and enter a state of emptiness. He had severed his emotions too hastily, and he had not made sufficient preparations. He had failed to find the path ahead at all. He stood at the end of the broken path, having lost his future direction. He was lost, which was why he encountered an obstacle on his path to the origin realm. However, once he set foot on this path, there was no turning back. The original path was no longer the same, so in order to connect the broken path, the Path Lord of carnal desires abandoned his original path and built a new one. This new path was built on his hatred for Jianshan. Originally, it was impossible for the Path Lord of carnal desires to hate anyone with his pure soul that had severed all emotions and desires. However, the supreme energy that appeared from outer space forced him out of his emptiness, heavily injuring his soul and making it extremely weak. A soul like that would go to extremes with just the slightest provocation. The Path Lord's eyes lost their clarity and became crazed. There was also a monstrous hatred in his eyes. It was so intense that it was enough to annihilate his mind, causing his mind to be filled with hatred. "Jianshan, you forced me to end up like this. I want to surpass the Holy Emperor. I want to become an existence above you, and then I'll torture you to death in the cruelest way possible." The Path Lord roared at the sky, causing the miniature world to shake. His face had become vicious as his hatred for Jianchen skyrocketed at an unbelievable rate. Originally, his grievances with Jianchen had not reached a level of deep hatred, but now that he had decided to use his hatred for Jianchen to pave a path for himself to reach the Origin Realm, his hatred for Jianchen skyrocketed. The Path Lord was currently on the path between the Holy Emperor and the Origin Realm. He had not broken through because there was no path behind him. Now that he had found a path, he immediately became unobstructed, allowing his strength to increase at an unbelievable rate. He inched closer and closer to the Origin Realm. If this continued, the Path Lord of Carnal Desires would definitely become an Origin Realm expert. However, just when he was on his way to the Origin Realm, the supreme energy from outer space suddenly appeared once again, preventing the Path Lord from breaking through. "I want to surpass the Holy Emperor. I want to surpass Jianchen. I want to become the greatest expert on the Tian Yuan continent. No one can stop me. No matter who comes, they can't stop me from reaching the Origin Realm." The Path Lord roared at the sky. Madness and determination filled his eyes. He ignored the obstruction of the supreme energy and directly charged forward. His steps were firm, and he would not stop until he reached his goal. The supreme energy began to surge, and a completely invisible finger silently condensed. It gently extended towards the Path Lord. With that, the entire world seemed to fall silent. The air stopped moving, and time stopped. The entire world seemed to have frozen. The Path Lord's body also stiffened at that moment. In the blink of an eye, his eyes became lifeless, but his body was still brimming with life. He radiated with terrifying pulses of energy, but his soul had vanished. He had been reduced to a soulless shell. The miniature world immediately fell silent. The Path Lord's mad roars were no longer heard, nor was it brimming with life. It had become deathly silent. At the same time, the extremely powerful and mysterious energy that had emerged from outer space also vanished into thin air without a trace. Protector Shui stared into the distance coldly in the Ice Goddess Hall. To no surprise, she was looking in the direction of the miniature world that the Path Lord of Carnal Desires had created. However, her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the barrier of the miniature world and land on the Path Lord inside. Another person with decent talent. What a pity! Protector Shui gently shook her head. Protector Shui gently shook her head as she softly muttered. However, her eyes were still cold and emotionless. She did not show any pity at all. At the same time, Poseidon from the Sea Realm, Tai Ta from the Wasteland Continent, the Heavenly Enchantress from Three Saint Island, Jianchen from the Tian Yuan Continent, Xiao Jin from Flame City, Xiao Ling from Mercenary City, Yang Lai Guihai Dao, Feng Xiaotian, and the Fairy Haoyue from the Bright Moon Divine Hall all looked in the direction of the Path Lord at the same time. "The power has appeared again," murmured the Sea Goddess. The Sea Tribe deity murmured. Soon after, she let out a soft sigh. She knew that another expert had fallen. Tai Ta sat in the War God Hall as he stared into the distance with a strange light in his eyes. He was slightly doubtful. Xiao Ling and Xiao Jin were doubtful as well. They would glance at the Path Lord's miniature world from time to time before looking into outer space. However, they lost interest very soon. Jianchen, Yang Lai Guihai Dao, and Feng Xiaotian all became stern. Aside from Jianchen, the other three immediately ripped open space and vanished, hurrying over personally. Soon after the three of them had left, Jianchen glanced at the Holy Emperor who had broken through. After a moment of hesitation, he said to newbies, Changyang Zhu Xiao, and the others beside him, "I'll be leaving for a while. I'll help the other saint rulers and heaven saint masters break through when I return." With that, Jianchen shot off into the distance as a violet streak of light. He moved extremely quickly. Fairy Haoyue sat in the Bright Moon Divine Hall as she stared into the distance indifferently. The heavenly enchantress stood on the peak of Three Saint Mountain with her zither in her arms. Her enchanting eyes were filled with shock as she also stared in the direction of the Tian Yuan continent. What powerful pulses of energy! Who is it? The heavenly enchantress murmured. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. On the Tian Yuan continent, Jian Chun arrived outside the Path Lord's miniature world on his sword. With his current strength, finding the miniature world hidden in outer space was a piece of cake. He slashed open the entrance to the miniature world and entered it. With a few flashes, he arrived beside the Path Lord. When he appeared, Yang Lai Guihaidao and Feng Xiaotian had already arrived. At this moment, they stared at the Path Lord of Carnal Desires who was seated on the ground. His body was brimming with life, but he no longer had a soul. Their faces became extremely ugly. "He's already dead," Jian Chun said with a heavy voice. Although he had some grievances with the Path Lord of Carnal Desires in the past, he was unable to cheer up at all now that the Path Lord had died. Instead, his heart became very heavy. "It's a seal." Not only did the seal stop him from reaching the origin realm, but it also wiped out his soul, leaving his body intact, Yang Lai said with a heavy voice. His face was extremely ugly. "The expert who cast down the seal is far too vicious. I originally thought the seal only existed to stop people from reaching the origin realm, but I never thought it could kill people as well," said Guihaidao. His face was also very ugly. Chapter 1444. Let's go. Guihaidao gently sighed. He was in low spirits before leaving with Yang Lai and Feng Xiaotian. Aside from Feng Xiaotian, who remained rather carefree, Yang Lai and Guihaidao's faces were extremely sunken. The fate of the Path Lord of Carnal Desires was extremely bad news to them. Jianchen shifted his gaze away from the Path Lord as well. He glanced around the miniature world. The senses of his soul had already enveloped the entire miniature world, so he could clearly see the corpses littering the ground of the sect of Carnal Desires and the palace in the depths of the miniature world. The ground had already been dyed red while the heavy smell of blood lingered in the air. Jianchen gently sighed and murmured, "The Path Lord personally killed everyone here. Looks like he wants to completely sever his emotions and desires so that he can reach the origin realm. It's a pity that he doesn't know that this world has already been sealed, so he can no longer break through the Holy Emperor realm and reach the origin realm." Jianchen gently shook his head. He did not touch anything there, leaving the miniature world with some pity. In the current world, it was difficult for a holy emperor to become a holy emperor. Jianchen felt some admiration for the Path Lord for being able to create his own cultivation method and reach his current level. This was because the Path Lord of Carnal Desires had relied on his own efforts to reach where he was today. He did not have the support of any powerful organization, unlike the magical beasts who had the Beast God Hall. Cultivating in the Beast God Hall would yield twice the results with half the effort. Even the 10 protector clans and mercenary city could not compare to this advantage. Jianchen returned to the kingdom of Jessen. At this moment, the holy emperors of the 3 races had all roused from their cultivation. They were all extremely excited as vast and terrifying presences radiated from them. They had completely consolidated their cultivation as holy emperors. All the holy emperors who had just broken through bowed to Jianchen in gratitude when they saw Jianchen. Immediately, a few of them swore that they were willing to become the protector beasts of Changyang Prefecture and pledge their loyalty to Jianchen. Jianchen appreciates everyone's good intentions, but the threat of the world of Forsaken Saints has yet to be dealt with. The matter at hand is to make ample preparations for the invasion of the foreign world. Once the threat of the world of Forsaken Saints has been completely eliminated, if you still want to come cultivate in Changyang Prefecture, I will definitely welcome you with open arms. Jianchen smiled faintly and politely declined the pledges of loyalty from the magical beasts. In the past, Jianshan definitely would have accepted a few Class 9 magical beasts as protector beasts with great joy. However, the holy emperors were no longer as precious in his eyes as before. Most importantly, no one knew just how many of the Saint Emperors would survive after the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. Jianshan stood on the Ziying sword and left as a violet streak of light, returning to Lore City. Several 100,000 people had gathered outside Lore City. They were densely packed, and there was only a sea of heads as far as the eye could see. These people were not ordinary commoners. Every single one of them was quite powerful. Just the number of saint rulers amounted to close to 10,000, while the number of heaven saint masters had reached over 100,000. This was because many of the heaven saint masters were too far away and could not make it over, or the number would have increased by a lot. Not every saint ruler had met the requirements to increase their strength. They had all come with the intention of watching a show and hoping that they could get lucky. However, there were still over 1,000 people who had reached the 8th or 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. These people were not just humans from the Tian Yuan continent. There were magical beasts and sea race as well. Jianshan hovered in the air and looked down. After giving a simple explanation of the rules, he pulled out a large pile of neatly folded leaves from his space ring. Over a dozen large vats had already been set up in the empty space below. They were filled with faint green water from the spring of life, which radiated with tremendous life force. Several holy emperors sat around the vat. They personally watched over them. With a wave of his hand, Jianshan tossed the leaves into each of the vats. Afterward, he took out several hundred violet cloud peaches and had people slice them up. He gave them to all the heaven saint masters and saint rulers who had met the requirement. The violet cloud peaches were all of the 1st to the 3rd grade. Only a small portion of them were of the 4th grade. There were no 5th grade peaches. I've already given you the opportunity. Whether you can successfully break through or not will depend on your luck. 2 hours later, when everyone had received a cup of tea and a small piece of violet cloud peach, Jianshan spoke. His voice was not loud, but it rang through the entire area, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Is this unknown piece of fruit and a cup of tea the opportunity to break through? All the people who had received the comprehension tea and violet cloud peaches thought to themselves as they stared at the items in their hands. No one doubted Jianshan's words because the breakthroughs of over 100 holy emperors were the best evidence. Afterward, they all consumed the comprehension tea and violet cloud peaches excitedly and eagerly. A day later, the first auspicious cloud finally appeared in the sky. After that, the number of auspicious clouds began to increase continuously. They overlapped with each other and formed an extremely thick 9-colored auspicious cloud, illuminating the entire sky with a rosy glow. The cloud lasted for several days before it began to disperse. This time, not all the heaven saint masters and saint rulers broke through successfully. Only 70% of them managed to break through. Although the violet cloud peaches and comprehension tea leaves were immortal tier heavenly resources, their effects were greatly reduced because of how scattered they were. Coupled with the fact that some people did not possess great talent, they failed to break through. Even with that being the case, all the people who failed to break through reached the peak of their current level of cultivation without exception. Jianshan had expected this outcome long ago. He hovered in the air and said, "This is all I can do for you." Everyone dispersed. As for those who failed to break through, it won't be difficult for them to break through to the next level of cultivation if they enter secluded cultivation after returning. Everyone was filled with gratitude when they heard that. They bowed to Jianshan politely before leaving. Regardless of whether they had successfully broken through or failed, they would forever remember this kindness. Most of the people outside the city dispersed very quickly. Some of them were excited while others sighed. In particular, the people who had come to watch the show and did not meet the requirements immediately became envious when they saw so many people break through to Saint Ruler and Saint King. A great event that shook up the humans, the sea race, and the magical beasts came to an end just like that. However, the three races that had suffered heavy losses from the world of Forsaken Saints finally recovered some of their strength. Not only did they recover all the lost holy emperors, but they also gained over 100 holy emperors. Chapter 1445. Lore City in the Kingdom of Jesson recovered its former peace. However, the current Lore City was no longer the Lore City of the past. It had become a sacred city on the Tian Yuan continent, and the news had even spread to the sea race and magical beasts. This was because the experts of the three clans would never forget the great transformation they had experienced in Lore City. As a result, not only would the name of Lore City be forever engraved in the hearts of those who had successfully broken through, even those who did not have the right to participate in the growth of their strength felt a sense of pilgrimage towards Lore City. This was because several thousand holy emperors and several tens of thousands of saint rulers had appeared outside the city in just a few days. As the reputation of Lore City spread among the three clans, the position of City Lord also became a symbol of status and identity. Although the City Lord of Lore City was not an extraordinary powerhouse, the position became extremely special as the reputation of Lore City soared. However, the position of City Lord had already been held by someone from Changyang Prefecture many years ago. Lore City had been given to Changyang Prefecture by the king of the Kingdom of Jesson long ago. After the grand event, although Lore City had returned to its usual tranquility, everyone could feel that the population of Lore City had clearly increased. Every day there would be countless unfamiliar faces coming to the city, accompanied by groups of 3 to 5. Their strength was not weak, and they were extravagant with their spending. It was obvious that they came from large clans or factions. However, without any exception, these people of great status immediately became well-behaved as soon as they entered the city. They temporarily stayed in the city as if they were on a pilgrimage, gazing in the direction of Changyang Prefecture from afar. Their gazes were filled with respect and admiration. There were even many saint rulers from the sea race, magical beasts, and the 100 races. The Holy Emperor had all settled down after living there for a long time, becoming well-behaved. Although the people of the 4 clans were gathered in Lore City, and the forces they controlled were a mix of fish and dragons, there were even some feuds among them. However, surprisingly, there were no disputes. No one dared to cause trouble here, and no one dared to use force here. In the Changyang clan, Jian Chun had already used precious heavenly resources to cleanse his 3 ants' bodies after asking for their opinions, allowing them to undergo a complete transformation. They would all embark on the path of cultivation together, which would only allow them to live longer lives. As for Bai Yuntian, she chose to continue down the path of a radiant Saint Master. The cultivation method she practiced was a peak-level cultivation method personally bestowed to her by the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union several years ago. Coupled with the fact that the president and grand elder would come from the City of God from time to personally teach her, Bai Yuntian's rate of improvement was extremely rapid. Genshin's uncle, Bai Dao, had also consumed a 5th-grade violet cloud peach and become a holy emperor. However, he had inherited most of his strength from the venerable Poison's word, so he continued to practice the supreme art of poisons after becoming a holy emperor. He had sparred with newbies many times in order to perfect his art of poisons. The ancient Tianmu clan had gained 2 holy emperors as well, making up for the lack of holy emperors after the death of their ancestor. However, due to Tianmu Ling, Jun Moheo and Wang Yinhong had consumed entire 1st-grade violet cloud peaches instead of a single piece like the other saint rulers. As a result, the increase in their strength was so great that it was incomparable to the other holy emperors. Tianmu Ling was one of Jianshin's few friends. She had also been gifted a 4th-grade violet cloud peach by Jianshin, increasing her strength to the 9th heavenly layer of saint ruler. The City of God in the Holy Emperor's Kingdom was one of the 7 capital cities of the Tian Yuan continent. Just the surface area of the city was equivalent to most of the kingdom of Jessen's territory. However, the Tsar family, as the owners of the City of God, had been in an extremely bad situation recently. The Tsar family had two holy emperor ancestors. One of them, Tsar Femor, had died in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, while the other, Tsar Kaiyun, was still missing. Without a holy emperor present, the Tsar family's influence in the City of God plummeted immediately. They were about to be replaced by the Radiant Saint Master Union. If it were not for the fact that the Radiant Saint Master Union had no interest in leading the City of God, the City of God probably would have changed owners already. Even though that was the case, many of the clans and organizations in the City of God had completely accepted the Radiant Saint Master Union as the leader of the City of God. At this moment, a violet streak of light suddenly appeared. It flew over the City of God with lightning-like speed before vanishing in a single instance. Jianchen stood on the Ziying sword in his white robes within the violet streak of light. He lowered his head to look at the huge and bustling city below as a sliver of reminiscence appeared in his eyes. He could not help but think about everything that had happened when he had come to the city as a Radiant Saint Master. Even though the City of God was very large, Jianchen could cross it in just a few seconds with his speed. Very soon, the city below him vanished. After traveling another 10,000 kilometers, Jianchen finally arrived in an ancient mountain range. A simple wooden hut stood alone on a mountain peak in the depths of the mountain range. Jianchen slowed down. When he was 100 meters away from the hut, he drifted off the Ziying sword like a leaf. He landed in front of the hut while the Ziying sword flew to his back and stuck there. Basically, the moment Jianchen's feet landed on the ground, there was a creak. The door to the hut opened and the white-robed Hao Wu walked out. His face was haggard, filled with sorrow and pain. When Hao Wu saw that the person standing outside was Jianchen, he immediately became stunned. However, he returned to his senses and immediately bowed towards Jianchen. Jianchen took a step forward and stopped Hao Wu from bowing. He said, "There's no need for that, Senior Hao Wu. I hope I haven't disturbed you by coming here. Sovereign Jianchen has personally come to my humble abode, bringing light to my humble abode. I'm more than happy to see you, so how could I have disturbed you?" Hao Wu replied. He was very surprised by Jianchen's arrival. Jianchen and Hao Wu exchanged some pleasantries before directly asking, "Senior Hao Wu, Jianchen has come this time because I have something to ask you. May I ask what your relationship with the Heavenly Enchantress is?" Jianchen had been waiting for this answer for a very long time. Although he had already guessed a few things, he still needed to confirm it. After all, he already had a child with the Heavenly Enchantress. Hao Wu became gloomy as soon as the Heavenly Enchantress was mentioned. He gently sighed and said, "The Heavenly Enchantress known as the Heavenly Enchantress on the Tianyuan continent is actually my daughter. Her name is Shangguan Mu." Jianchen's gaze towards Hao Wu immediately changed slightly. Although he had already guessed a few things, guesses were still guesses after all. It was impossible to be wrong. Now that he had actually confirmed it, it was no longer just a guess. "Then what about Shangguan Mu'er's mother?" Jianchen asked again. Hao Wu's face was filled with undisguised sorrow. He sighed gently. "When Mu'er had just turned 10, her mother passed away. This matter is definitely related to me. As a matter of fact, it can even be said that I caused Mu'er's mother's death. It's all my fault for making too many enemies back then, which led to the tragedy. Senior Hao Wu, according to my observations, the relationship between the two of you doesn't seem to be very good. The Heavenly Enchantress seems to hold a grudge against you. Is it because of what happened back then?" Jianchen asked. "Sovereign Jianchen, may I ask why you've suddenly asked about this?" Hao Wu asked in confusion. Jianchen hesitated for a while before replying, "Senior Hao Wu, I'll be honest. The Heavenly Enchantress and I are old friends. If I can help the two of you reconcile, it would obviously be for the best. Hao Wu showed no joy when he heard that. He said, "If that's the case, I'll tell you about what happened back then. Sovereign Jianchen, I hope you can really help me and stop Mu from holding a grudge against me." "I will do my best," Jianchen said seriously. Hao Wu nodded. He repeated the word "good" 3 times in excitement before falling silent for a while. Only then did he say with some sorrow, "The death of Mu-er's mother is only one of the reasons. Secondly, it's because I've never been able to forget Kaiyun. I met Kaiyun even earlier than Mu-er's mother. If it weren't for the objections of the seniors in Sayun's clan, I would have married Kaiyun long ago, and I wouldn't have met Mu-er's mother. It's a pity that I was only a small mercenary back then. I had no background, while Kaiyun was the beloved daughter of the Tsar family. The great difference in status between us became an obstacle for me to be with Kaiyun. Afterwards, I met Mu-er's mother. Back then, I was only a mercenary. Due to a mission, I needed to escort the daughter of a large clan to a place several tens of thousand kilometers away. The daughter of the clan was Mu-er's mother, Shangguan Shuyan. Shangguan Shuyan's clan, the Shangguan clan, had some enemies outside. Along the way, we were attacked by the enemies of the Shangguan clan time and time again. Along the way, all the guards of the Shangguan clan died. In the end, I was the only one who managed to escape with Shangguan Shuyan. Due to an accident, Shangguan Shuyan became pregnant with Mu. It was a complete accident. Back then, Shangguan Shuyan and I entered a dangerous region and were both poisoned. We lost our minds, which led to what happened back then. Afterwards, I had no choice but to marry Shangguan Shuyan and become her partner. However, I always thought about Kaiyun. Shuyan also knew about the matter between Kaiyun and me. Although I lived with Shuyan during those years, my heart was not with her at all. During those years with me, Shuyan was never happy. Her unhappiness spread to the young Mu-er as well. Not only did I fail to be a good husband, but I failed to be a good father as well. I basically didn't care for the two of them at all. Chapter 1446. Hao Wu slowly told Jianchen everything that had happened in the past. His resolute face was filled with pain. Not only was he sad that his relationship with his daughter had developed to such a state, but he was also sad over the death of his wife, Shangguan Shuyan. "I regret what I did in the past very much. If I could turn back time, if the heavens gave me another chance, I would give up on everything without any hesitation and return to the past. I would treat Shuyan and Mu-er well and care for them so that I could make up for my past mistakes," Hao Wu said sorrowfully. Jianchen stared at Hao Wu with mixed feelings. After learning about Hao Wu's past, he understood that the relationship between the heavenly enchantress and Hao Wu had developed to such a state basically all because of Hao Wu. After a moment of silence, Jianchen looked at the wooden hut behind Hao Wu and said, "What do you plan on doing with Tsar Kaiyun?" "Kaiyun," Hao Wu murmured. He turned around and looked at the wooden hut behind him. His expression became extremely mixed. After a moment of silence, he seemed to have finally made a decision. He said, "Kaiyun became like this because of me. I don't want Kaiyun to remain unconscious like this. I hope Kaiyun can wake up. If Mu-er can forgive me, I can leave Kaiyun once she wakes up and never see her again." Hao Wu's voice trembled slightly towards the end. By the time he finished speaking, his face had already paled. His heart ached like it had been stabbed by needles. Jianchen sighed inside. He knew that Hao Wu's feelings for Tsar Kaiyun were as deep as the ocean, but he could not say anything about their relationship. After a moment of silence, Jianchen said, "Senior Hao Wu, let me see if I can wake up Tsar Kaiyun." A sliver of light appeared in Hao Wu's gloomy eyes. Tsar Kaiyun had been unconscious for a very long time. No matter what he did, he was unable to wake her up. Even the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union was unable to do anything about it, which left Hao Wu helpless. Now that Jianchen had spoken, he immediately saw a sliver of hope. Jianchen entered the wooden hut and saw Zar Kaiyun lying on the ground with her eyes closed. Life surged within her, and her presence was long and continuous. She was not injured at all, but she had lost consciousness. Her noble and beautiful face was filled with sorrow, which made her seem rather pitiful. Kaiyun ignited her soul in an attempt to commit suicide. Although I saved her, her soul was severely injured. Although I've fed her many treasures to heal her soul over the years, they haven't been able to awaken her. In other words, Kaiyun's heart is dead. She has sealed herself off and is unwilling to awaken, Hao Wu said sorrowfully. After a moment of thought, Jianchen said, I have a supreme quality heavenly resource that specializes in healing the soul. It has extremely wondrous effects on soul injuries. You can try to awaken her. Injuries to the soul were the most troublesome. Even Jianchen was helpless. The only thing he could do was use a heavenly resource that specialized in healing the soul. Jianchen took out the amethyst spiritual bamboo he had obtained from the Xianhuang microcosm from his space ring and refined a droplet of purple juice. Immediately, a unique fragrance filled the wooden hut. Hao Wu only took a whiff of it and he felt refreshed. It was as if his soul had become even more consolidated. Hao Wu was greatly shocked. He stared at the droplet of purple juice as his breathing became ragged. He knew that this was definitely a supreme quality heavenly resource for healing the soul, so he could not help but feel even more confident that Zar Kaiyun could awaken. The sap from the amethyst spiritual bamboo dripped into Zar Tsayun's forehead. As soon as it came in contact with her forehead, it silently seeped in and seeped into her soul. Very soon, Zar Tsayun's expression changed. The remaining bitterness on her face gradually disappeared and she calmed down. Like a sleeping beauty, she lay there quietly with her eyes closed as if she was in a deep sleep. Jianchen and Jianchen stared at Zar Kaiyun as they stood before the bed. Using the amethyst spiritual bamboo to awaken Zar Kaiyun was the only method Jianchen could think of. If even that did not work, there was nothing he could do. Hao Wu was also extremely nervous. He knew just how precious the droplet of juice was. With his experience and knowledge, he could tell with a single glance that such a precious heavenly resource was something that only existed in legends on the Tianyuan continent. If that was still not enough to awaken Zar Kaiyun, there was nothing else he could think of. Time passed silently as the two of them remained silent. 2 hours, 4 hours. Very soon, half a day had passed without them noticing, but Zar Kaiyun still showed no signs of waking up. Kaiyun, you have to wake up. You have to wake up. Hao Wu grabbed Zar Tsayun's hand tightly and murmured. This was his final hope. A day later, Zar Kaiyun still did not wake up. Jianchen could not help but sigh when he saw this. He knew that the amethyst spiritual bamboo was useless for Zar Kaiyun. Her soul had already been completely healed by the droplet of amethyst spiritual bamboo, so it had nothing to do with her soul if she still did not wake up. Hao Wu's face paled. His eyes were filled with despair and pain. His last hope had been destroyed. Looks like only your daughter, the heavenly enchantress, can awaken Zar Kaiyun, Jianchen said with a frown. Persuading the heavenly enchantress would not be easy. Mu-er? Can Mu-er really do it? Hao Wu asked in surprise. He had basically never come into contact with his daughter. He had basically only heard about her through rumors, so he knew very little about her. He was nowhere near as knowledgeable as Jianchen. In the current world, there's probably no one else other than the heavenly enchantress who can awaken Zar Kaiyun, Jianchen swore. However, Senior Hao Wu, it'll be difficult to get your daughter to save Zar Kaiyun, so we can't rush this matter. Leave it to me. I'll pay a visit to Three Saint Island in a few days and see if I can persuade the heavenly enchantress, Jianchen said. Hao Wu nodded bitterly and said nothing more. Afterward, Jianchen took out a 5th-grade violet cloud peach and comprehension tea leaf from his space ring and gave them to Hao Wu. He wanted Hao Wu to become a saint emperor. However, Hao Wu declined. Becoming a Saint Emperor would increase his lifespan by several thousand years, but it would be several thousand more years of suffering for Hao Wu. Jianchen stowed the violet cloud peach away and left. He then quickly flew off into the distance on his sword. Chapter 1447. The wasteland continent was originally an uninhabited sea of sand. It was extremely dry and the environment was terrible. There were very few signs of life. However, ever since the 100 races were defeated in ancient times and chased out of the beast god continent by the magical beasts, all the people of the 100 races had migrated to this desolate sea of sand where very few people would set foot in. As a result, the sea of sand that was severely lacking in resources finally welcomed a flourishing age. In the millions of years that the 100 races had occupied the wasteland continent, it had been modified countless times by the experts of the 100 races. However, due to the natural environment of the continent, the experts of the 100 races were unable to transform the entire wasteland continent into an oasis brimming with life even after putting in a lot of effort. As a result, green plants were extremely rare on the wasteland continent. From afar, there were no other colors apart from the vast expanse of sand and the azure sky. At this moment, a streak of violet light suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. It shot through the air silently with unbelievable speed, vanishing into the distance in a single moment. Jianchen flew through the violet light, directly heading to the center of the wasteland continent. Jianchen had already learned the location of the War God Mountain, so he did not stop at all along the way. He directly headed to the War God Hall on the Ziying Sword. He knew that the only way to find Tai Ta here was to go to the sacred mountain of the 100 races, the War God Mountain. Jianchen had already closed his eyes on the Ziying Sword. The Ziying Sword moved just too quickly, so quickly that his surroundings had become a blur. He struggled to see clearly even with his eyesight, so he could only use the senses of his soul to guide the way. However, at this moment Jianchen's face changed. The Ziying Sword immediately stopped in the air, and his eyes snapped open at that moment. Immediately, 2 streaks of light shot out, seemingly piercing through space and allowing him to see the scenery in the distance. A speck of green light had suddenly appeared in the extremely distant place where Jianchen was looking at. It was like a flower bud that had bloomed. It was only a speck at first, but it grew brighter and brighter. Very soon, the speck of green light illuminated half the sky, dyeing the azure sky green. Extremely terrifying life force was hidden within it. It's the elven god tree of the elven race. Jianchen stood on the Ziying Sword as he stared at the green light in the distance. A gleam of light flickered through his eyes as he became surprised and doubtful. This tree appeared in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints, but it was only a small branch back then. Looking at it now, this is the main body of the tree. However, the surging and terrifying presence of life is actually enough to shock me. It looks like this tree isn't as simple as the rumors say, Jianchen thought. He had heard a little about the elven god tree on the Tianyuan continent, but he did not know much about it. The legends he had heard about the tree were limited to the Holy Emperor's knowledge. However, he had completely overturned his understanding of the tree after seeing it today. Jianchen stared at the green light in the distance for a while before continuing on his way as a streak of light. The location of the green light up ahead just happens to be the same as the War God Mountain. I wonder what's happening there, Jianchen thought as he sped up even more. As he drew closer, he entered the range of the green light very soon. The green light invaded the light from the Ziying Sword and made contact with Jianchen. Immediately, Jianchen felt comfortable all over. At that moment, Jianchen even felt like his lifespan was increasing. This made Jianchen even more surprised. He had reached the level of the Holy Emperor after all, and his battle prowess was no weaker than Origin Realm experts. However, he felt this way as soon as the green light came into contact with him. He found it rather unbelievable. Jianchen scanned the ground below with the senses of his soul. He saw specks of green appear in the dry, yellow sand. They were tiny blades of grass, growing out of nothing. They gradually covered the entire ground before rapidly growing at a visible rate. In just a few seconds they had grown to several feet long. In the blink of an eye, the yellow sand vanished from the world enveloped by the green light. It was replaced by a green sea filled with life. The senses of Jianshan's soul extended to a radius of over 200,000 kilometers. There were several cities and over a dozen tribes of various sizes within the range of his soul. However, regardless of their strength, they all knelt on the ground and worshipped the war god mountain. They were excited and devout. Jianshan remained silent as he stared ahead. As he rapidly approached the war god mountain, he could vaguely see an ancient tree several thousand meters tall standing there. It radiated with a resplendent, green light that seemed to radiate in all directions, enveloping a small portion of the wasteland continent. The tremendous presence of life made it difficult for Jianshan to remain calm. Before long, Jianshan finally arrived outside the war god mountain. However, the mountain had already been enveloped by a barrier. The barrier was turbid, so it was impossible to see what was inside. The elven god tree had taken root at the foot of the mountain. A branch had already reached into the barrier. Within the war god hall at the top of the mountain. However, the god tree was not in its original form. It was an illusion created from a single stem. The stem was 100 meters long. Who goes there? Almost as soon as Jianshan approached the war god mountain, a shout rang out. With that, the space within 100 meters froze with Jianshan at the center. Several presences from the Holy Emperor descended on Jianshan at the same time. Jianshan did not move at all. He stared at the war god mountain as the light in his eyes flickered. The space 100 meters in front of Jianshan rippled gently and a few figures silently appeared. Every single one of them possessed vast presences. Having reached the level of Holy Emperor, they glared at Jianshan. These people were all experts of the 100 races. Jianshan was familiar with them. He had seen these people during the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. They were the few Holy Emperors who had survived the battle, but they had become Holy Emperors now. Jianshan. The Holy Emperors recognized Jianshan as well. They were immediately surprised, and without any hesitation, they immediately erased their presences. Even the frozen space around Jianshan rapidly returned to normal. So it's Sovereign Jianshan. We didn't know Sovereign Jianshan had come personally. We have offended you before, so please forgive us, Sovereign Jianshan. The Saint Emperors of the 100 races immediately became respectful, along with some gratitude. They all understood that the reason why they could become emperors was due to the assistance of the war god, Tai Ta, as well as the sovereign of the humans, Jianshan. The fact that Tai Ta and Jianshan were close friends was no longer a secret to the experts of the 4 races. At the same time, everyone had witnessed how Tai Ta had gone to the Tianyuan continent to ask for a violet cloud peach from Jianshan. Naturally, the news had reached the ears of the experts of the 100 races as well. What's happened on the War God Mountain? And how's my brother Tai Ta doing right now? Jianshan asked emotionlessly as he stared at the barrier up ahead. The barrier had been cast down by over a dozen holy emperors. It concealed everything within, such that even the senses of Jianshan's soul could not penetrate it unless he destroyed the barrier. Esteemed sovereign of the human race, the war god is currently undergoing a soul offering ceremony. This ceremony is extremely important to the war god, so no mistakes are allowed. In order to ensure that the ceremony goes smoothly, we cast down the barrier after obtaining the war god's permission, said a holy emperor. She was an old woman and green flames flickered in her eyes. She was the holy emperor of the fire demons. I want you to open the barrier. As for safety, you don't have to worry with me here. Unless an Origin Realm expert personally comes, no one will be able to approach this place, Jianshan said firmly. The barrier blocked out everything inside, so no one outside knew what was going on inside. He just could not stop worrying. This The Saint Emperors of the 100 clans were hesitant. They looked troubled. A cold light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He coldly said, "If you don't open the barrier, I'll have to do it myself." Helpless, the Saint Emperors of the 100 races could only work together to remove the barrier that enveloped the entire War God Mountain. As soon as the barrier disappeared, there was a vast energy fluctuation accompanied by a resplendent golden light. The War God Temple at the peak of the War God Mountain blossomed with a brilliant radiance. It intertwined with the green radiance emitted by the elven divine tree and illuminated the entire sky. The world was dyed golden, and the earth was covered in a dazzling golden light. And all over War God Mountain, there were many people sitting there, covering every inch of War God Mountain. Everyone's eyes were closed and their faces were filled with piety. They revolved a secret technique and condensed a wisp of their divine soul that floated above their heads. An illusionary branch of the elven god tree circled above the mountain. The branch created a profound formation, connecting everyone's souls together. Afterwards, it was refined by the formation and turned into a wondrous energy that was channeled into the War God Hall. Jianshan glanced around before looking at the War God Hall at the top. He became rather stern. He felt that the War God Hall was even more powerful than the Beast God Hall of the magical beasts. He struggled to remain calm. Why is the soul offering ceremony so strange? It actually requires the souls of so many people, Jianshan said with a deep voice. He had seen what was happening in the barrier. He could see through the barrier, but he was uncertain whether it would be beneficial or detrimental to Tai Ta. Chapter 1448. Jianshan frowned slightly. He slowly glanced past everyone present and paused on the figure of the elven god tree for a while. In the end, his eyes landed on the formation created by one of the illusionary branches of the elven god tree. The formation connected the strands of souls of all the people seated on the War God Mountain, converting them into a wondrous energy that was channeled into the War God Hall. However, Jianshan had no idea about the situation within the War God Hall. He could clearly sense that the War God Hall was even more powerful than the Beast God Hall. He was unable to infiltrate it with the senses of his soul right now. Jianshan stared at the shining War God Hall for a while before a sliver of determination appeared in his eyes. With a single movement, he directly made his way to the War God Hall. The entrance to the War God Hall was still open. Jianshan was rather worried about Tai Ta, so he wanted to go in and check on Tai Ta. Although the War God of the 100 races was where all the people of the 100 races revered their faith, the formation was just far too strange. Moreover, it was controlled by a mysterious tree. Jianshan had to be cautious. After all, the same thing had happened to the White Tiger before. Sovereign Jianshan, don't approach the War God Hall. The Holy Emperor of the 100 races all cried out. They all rushed towards Jianshan in an attempt to stop Jianshan. However, Jianshan had already arrived before the entrance of the War God Hall. He moved so quickly that the Holy Emperor could not compare to him at all. Sovereign Jianshan, the soul offering ceremony has been disrupted. Not only will it cause extremely severe damage to the War God, but even the 990,000 people on the War God Mountain will suffer a huge backlash. It will be difficult for them to recover. The Holy Emperor saw that they could not catch up to Jianshan, so they immediately communicated with him as quickly as they could. Their faces were filled with anxiety. Jianshan paused and hesitated for a while before making his way towards the entrance of the War God Hall without any hesitation. Although the War God Hall gave off an extremely powerful feeling to Jianshan, the more powerful something was, the harder it was to control. He believed that no one present could completely control the Divine Hall, so they obviously could not unleash its power. The moment Jianshan made his way to the entrance of the War God Hall, the elven god tree suddenly moved. With a flash of green light, a branch several meters thick extended from the tree, sealing the entrance of the War God Hall. Although the branch was illusory and completely condensed from surging life force, it stopped Jianchen in his track. A gleam of light flickered through Jianchen's eyes. He suddenly turned around and looked at the elven god tree that reached into the clouds nearby. His gaze gradually sharpened as if he wanted to see through the tree. This king knows that you are worried about the war god's safety. You can rest assured. The war god's position in the hearts of us gods is not something you can imagine. We will definitely not do anything that is detrimental to the war god. An obscure voice rang out in Jianchen's ears. It was a woman's voice. It was gentle, but it was filled with dignity. Jianchen immediately became stern. He expanded the senses of his soul in all directions. He was filled with caution because he had no idea where the voice had come from. Are you talking to me? Jianchen looked at the figure of the elven god tree nearby and asked with a heavy voice. The soul sacrificial ceremony is extremely important to the war god. There is no room for failure. Do not set foot in the war god hall before the ceremony is over, or not only will you not be able to help the war god, but the war god will also be injured because of you. The obscure voice rang out again. Jianchen was still unable to find the source of the voice. With that, the branch that blocked the entrance to the war god hall was pulled back. Jianchen did not continue into the war god hall. Instead, he stood there and stared at the elven god tree. He was certain that even if the person who had spoken earlier was not the tree, they were closely related to it. Who are you? Are you the spirit of the elven god tree? Jianchen asked. He struggled to remain calm. He had never thought that there would be such an existence hidden among the 100 races. It was impossible for it to be a holy emperor since he could not sense where the voice had come from. In 3 days, the soul sacrificial ceremony will be over. I hope you do not interfere with the ceremony during that time, just in case it fails. The voice rang out again, ignoring Jianchen's question. All right, I'll wait here for 3 days. Jianchen left the range of the war god mountain and waited silently outside. However, his gaze remained fixed on the ancient tree. The holy emperor of the 100 races who did not take part in the ceremony all looked around in surprise and doubt. One of them could not hold back his curiosity and asked Jianchen politely, Sovereign Jianchen, may I ask who you are speaking to? Is there a mysterious expert that we cannot sense here? Jianchen remained silent. He understood that he was probably the only one who could hear what the obscure voice had just said. 3 days later, all the souls had been converted into the wondrous power and poured into the war god hall. The 990,000 people of the 100 races who sat across the war god mountain all opened their eyes. They were all pale, haggard, and extremely weak, but all of them were filled with excitement. They looked at the war god hall with respect from the bottom of their hearts. The figure of the elven god tree vanished as well. It turned back into a branch planted in the ground and was carefully stowed away by the holy emperor of the elven race. The vitality that filled the surroundings completely vanished with the disappearance of the figure of the elven god tree. Only the golden light from the war god hall remained as bright as before, as if it was trying to compete with the sun. A small portion of the wasteland continent that had been enveloped by the vitality of the figure of the elven god tree gradually withered after the infusion of vitality was cut off. Before long, they would all be reduced to withered grass. Looks like the soul-sacrificing ritual has succeeded. The ancient method recorded in the records really is correct. The holy emperor of the 100 races was all excited. This was the second time he had used this ancient method since he had obtained it from the war god hall. Before the holy emperor of the elven race took away the branch that had conjured the figure of the elven god tree, Jianchen had checked it countless times with the senses of his soul. That's just a regular tree trunk. It doesn't have any other secrets apart from the terrifying life force it possesses, Jianchen thought. He could not help but think of the original body of the elven god tree. Just at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the war god shrine. iron tower, who was over 3 meters tall, walked out of the shrine with large strides. He had a dignified bearing, giving people a feeling of awe without being angry. Jianchen looked at Tai Ta and smiled knowingly. Seeing Tai Ta's changes, he knew that his friend had truly matured. This maturation was not due to an increase in strength or age. It was due to his temperament. Welcome back, War God. Everyone on the War God Mountain, including the Holy Emperor, knelt towards Tai Ta. They showed respect from the bottom of their hearts, as if they were welcoming a god. Tai Ta ignored their kneeling. He looked at Jianchen. The two of them stared at each other from outside the War God Hall and outside the War God Mountain. A few seconds later, Tai Ta took a step and arrived before Jianchen in a single instance. He slapped Jianchen's shoulder heavily and smiled. Jianchen, I never thought you'd come to the Wasteland continent to find me so soon. I was undergoing the soul offering ceremony a few days ago, so I was unable to sense the outside world, so I've made you wait. Tai Ta was very strong. If it were not for Jianchen's chaotic body and his strength, he probably would have struggled to endure Tai Ta's strength. The soul offering ceremony of your 100 races is very strange. It actually requires the souls of so many people. I was worried for you before, almost forcing my way into the War God Hall. I'm fine as long as you're fine, Jianchen smiled faintly. The soul offering ceremony is very strange, but this ceremony has been passed down since ancient times. It gathers the souls of 990,000 people to create the soul of the battle axe. The previous war god, Uncle Aruejin, went through this as well, said Tai Ta. Then, the battle axe mark on his forehead began to shine. A small golden axe flew out of the mark and turned into a majestic golden battle axe in Tai Ta's hand. Only after coming to the 100 races did I learn that the weapon in my hand can only unleash its greatest power when it fuses with its soul. The battle axe I used before only had the form, but not the soul. The soul offering ceremony before was to condense the soul of the battle axe, allowing it to fuse with its soul, said Tai Ta as he stared at the golden axe in his hand. Jianchen looked at the axe. He could clearly sense the changes to the axe. The axe seemed to have become alive, and the pressure it gave off actually suppressed the soul a little more. Jianchen, let's go. Let's have a good gathering in the War God Hall. Tai Ta stowed the axe away and pulled Jianchen into the War God Hall. No outsider had set foot in the War God Hall for countless years. Jianchen was the first. Tai Ta and Jianchen chatted for a very long time within the War God Hall. As soon as they thought about how the two of them had once been students of Kargath Academy in the Kingdom of Jessen and how they had now become sovereigns of their race, they both sighed. Tai Ta, may I ask how much you know about the Elven God Tree? Jianchen suddenly asked as he stared at Tai Ta in interest. It's said that the tree has existed for an extremely long time. Back when the 100 races were still living on the Beast God continent and before Uncle Ergens was born, the Elven God Tree had already existed. It has always been a symbol of the elves. Afterwards, when the 100 races were defeated, the Elven God Tree moved to the Wasteland continent with us from the Beast God continent, turning the territory of the elves into a dense forest. It nourished the land with its powerful life force, and has never withered even after all these years. Chapter 1449. Jianchen fell silent when he heard Tai Ta's words. He frowned slightly as he sank into his thoughts. All he could think about was the Elven God Tree. A tree that had lived for over 1,000,000 years, even longer than the 4 sovereigns of ancient times, was no longer an ordinary tree. In particular, the abnormality of the Elven God Tree during Tai Ta's soul-offering ceremony, as well as the mysterious voice that rang out from nowhere, made Jianchen feel that the Elven Tree was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Where did that vague voice come from? Is it a consciousness born from the Elven God Tree? Or is it someone else? Jianchen thought. In the past, both the Tian Yuan continent and the Beast God continent believed that the 100 races were the only race that did not have a holy emperor. However, now that Jianchen had personally come to the wasteland continent, he discovered that the 100 races were not as simple as they had imagined. On this desolate continent full of yellow sand, there was actually a mysterious existence that he couldn't detect. But for some reason, it was never known by the people of the outside world. Jianchen, the elven god tree, may be very lively, but its battle prowess is just too weak. It's only at the level of the Holy Emperor, so it can't provide much help. At the same time, the elven god tree has never moved from the beast god continent to the wasteland continent after the 100 races were defeated, Tai Ta said in a low voice. He thought that Jianchen wanted to move the tree to the Tian Yuan continent to participate in the next battle because he had witnessed how extraordinary the elven god tree was during the battle against the world of Forsaken Saint. Jianchen gently shook his head. Tai Ta, I feel like this tree is not as simple as you think it is. It must be hiding an even greater secret. I plan on visiting the territory of the elves and taking a good look at the elven god tree. Hearing this, Tai Ta immediately stood up and said, Jianchen, I'll go with you. Jianchen and Tai Ta left the war god temple and headed towards the elf race's territory. There was another elf race expert accompanying them, but it wasn't the Holy Emperor. It only had the strength of the Holy Emperor. Along the way, the Holy Emperor of the elves enthusiastically explained the situation of the elves to Jianchen and Iron Tower. This allowed Jianchen to have a rough understanding of the elves. The elf race's territory was only a few 100,000 miles away from the War God Mountain. Their race had just moved here, and this territory was still a barren desert without any signs of life. It was hard for any plant to survive here, and the elven ancient god tree had taken root here. It used its tremendous power to nourish the barren land, causing the soil to change. Afterwards, it formed the only great forest on the wasteland continent. Towering trees several 100 meters tall could be seen everywhere, and the entire forest was filled with surging life force. It was countless times denser than any of the famed mountains on the Tian Yuan continent. Soon after Jianchen and Tai Ta entered the elf race's territory, the elf race experts received the news. The Holy Emperor that Jianchen had seen outside the War God Hall led over a dozen elf Holy Emperors to welcome them politely. Elven Queen Sherisha the 33rd welcomes the great War God and esteemed sovereign of the human race. The female Holy Emperor and the elf Holy Emperor behind her bowed to Jianchen and Tai Ta politely. Elven Queen, the main reason we've come this time is to take a look at the ancient tree of your race that has existed since ancient times. May I ask if it's convenient for you? Jianchen did not beat around the bush and directly stated his intentions. The Elven Queen hesitated slightly before agreeing to Jianchen's suggestion. She knew that she could not object at all. Regardless of Jianchen's identity or strength, just the war god Tai Ta standing beside him was enough to make her lose the courage to refuse. Afterwards, the Elven Queen personally led the way, bringing Jianchen and Tai Ta to where the elven god tree had taken root. Along the way, Jianchen discovered many elves flapping their wings and flying through the forest. The men were handsome and the women were pretty. They all had pure smiles on their faces, making them seem innocent and lively. On some of the towering trees there were tree holes. Those were the residences of the elves. At the same time, it was also the place where they cultivated in seclusion. However, due to the cultivation method that they cultivated, the tree holes that the elves dug wouldn't harm the ancient trees. Instead, it would accelerate the growth of the ancient trees, making them even more robust. Jianchen and Tai Ta traveled several thousand kilometers under the Elven Queen's lead. They entered the central region of the forest. The region was teeming with life, but it was silent. There was not a single person in sight. This is the forbidden zone of us elves. Without the Elven Queen's permission, even the elders of the elven race cannot set foot here easily. This is because this is where our elven god tree has taken root. The elven god tree possesses an extremely great status in our territory, even though it's just a tree, the Elven Queen explained with a lustful expression. Is it really just a tree? Jianshan thought. He raised his head and stared ahead. Several dozen kilometers away, he saw a towering tree that glowed with a faint green light. Even though it was only several hundred meters tall, completely different from the blurs he had seen before, he was still able to determine with a single glance that it was the elven god tree. In Jianshan's eyes, the elven god tree was no different from any other ordinary tree aside from the green light it gave off. It was very difficult for him to see the might it had displayed in the battle against the world of Forsaken Saints or outside Mount War God. However, when he extended the senses of his soul to approach the elven god tree, he was stopped 100 meters away by an invisible force. He was unable to approach the tree at all. Jianshan raised his head and stared at the ancient tree before slowly making his way over. In the end, he stopped 100 meters away from the elven god tree and studied it carefully. It seems like an ordinary tree on the outside, but it hides a terrifying life force that's as vast as the ocean. The life force is so powerful that even I feel shocked. A tree has actually returned to its original state. It really is impressive, Jianshan murmured as he stared at the elven god tree. He seemed to be mumbling to himself. Mysterious elven god tree, you can fool everyone from the 100 races, but you can't fool me. I, Jianshan, have come here because I want to personally see you. I know you can hear me, so do you plan on continuing to hide like this? Jianshan asked again. Tai Ta and the Elven Queen stared at Jianshan in doubt. They were rather confused by Jianshan's words. Suddenly, a sigh rang out in Jianshan's ears. He was unable to tell where the voice came from. Come in. As the ethereal female voice sounded again, a hole as tall as a person suddenly appeared on the ancient elven divine tree in front of them. When the Elven Queen saw this scene, her beautiful eyes immediately shrank, and a shocked expression appeared on her face. In the history of the Elven tribe, the Elven ancient divine tree had always been a divine tree with a transcendent status, and such a change had never happened before. Jianshan did not hesitate. He strode over, and Tai Ta and the Elven Queen wanted to follow him as well, but they were stopped 100 meters away by an invisible force. The force was extremely strange, where even Tai Ta was unable to break through it. After Jianshan entered the hole immediately vanished. It returned to how it was before, without any clues at all. This was a green space. It was empty like a miniature world. It was filled with the presence of life, and Jianshan stood in the center of the space. You've reached such a level of cultivation in just a few decades of cultivation, and you've even discovered this king's existence. You really are worthy of being the greatest human expert. Even in the saints' world, your talent is at the apex. An ethereal voice came from this space. Although the voice was soft and pleasant to the ears, it was filled with a sense of majesty. This is the second time you've called yourself this king. A title like that shouldn't be used on a tree. If I've guessed correctly, you shouldn't be a tree. I'm very curious, and I'd very much like to know who you are. Jianshan asked. However, he was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. His heart churned. The voice from before actually knew about the existence of the saints' world. Was it an expert from the saints' world? Chapter 1450. With your talent, you'll surpass me sooner or later, or even reach a level where I can only look up to you. As a result, you have the right to know some things. This king, Aladona, is the greatest divine king of the god race in the saints' world. Under the orders of a hall elder of the god race, I have descended here over 3 million years ago to welcome the return of the war god. Jianshan's eyes immediately widened as disbelief filled his face. His heart churned, and he became extremely agitated. At that moment, he even doubted his ears. The divine king, the owner of the obscure voice, was actually an expert at the divine king level. This was just far too shocking to him. Jianshan had already learnt from Ziying's sword spirit that above the origin realm was godhood. Godhood was split into 4 levels, which were deity, god, overgod, and the divine king. The Divine King's level of cultivation was already at the peak of godhood. If it took another step forward, it would be the highest level of cultivation in the Saints' world, the primordial realm. And Aladona was the greatest Divine King of the God race in the Saints' world. As a result, her strength was a peak existence even among the Divine Kings. Jianshan was greatly shocked. He was unable to return to his senses even after quite a while. There was actually an expert at the Divine King level hidden among the 100 races, and no one had ever heard of her in all these years. This was just far too shocking, far too shocking. After quite a while, Jianshan finally recovered gradually. He sucked in a deep breath as he stared at the empty, green space in fright. He said, "Senior, there's something I don't understand. You said that you came under the orders of a hall elder to welcome the war god, so why didn't you do anything when the previous war god, Ruijin, was killed by the winged tiger shooter? With your Divine King's strength, protecting the previous war god, Ruijin, should have been a piece of cake." Alas! Adriana let out a long sigh. Her voice was filled with bitterness. "I no longer have that ability. Although I'm the greatest god king of the god clan, all I have left is a weak soul. I've been so weak for countless years that I need to sleep to nurture my soul. Only then can my soul remain intact." Jianshan came to a realization. It was no wonder that the 100 races had a sovereign who had reached the level of the Divine King, yet no one had sensed her for all these years. At the same time, they had never done anything. As it turned out, Aladona was only a weak soul right now. Even if she wanted to do something, she was powerless. "Senior, you are already the Divine King. You are already an invincible existence here. How did you end up like this? Did something happen when you came down, or was there some other reason?" Jianshan asked carefully. "I'm not the only Divine King in this world. Aside from me, the Divine King of the Ice Goddess Hall, Shui Yunlan, has come here as well. I came several thousand years before Shui Yunlan, but Shui Yunlan has gone too far. As soon as she came down, she sealed up this world. Not only did she seal up the tunnel to the Saints' world, but she also stopped everyone from reaching the Origin realm. Even the Holy Emperor of the God race, who came down with me, was affected. I was unable to break through to the Origin realm, so I engaged in a great battle with her. It's a pity that although I am the greatest Divine King of the God race, the difference between me and Shui Yunlan is still extremely great. I was not her opponent, so I was slain by her in the end. Shui Yunlan destroyed my divine body, severely injuring my soul and making it difficult for me to recover. I used the tremendous life force in my divine body to turn into this tree of life, nourishing my weakened soul. That's how I managed to keep my soul intact. However, Shui Yunlan was not bold enough to kill me completely. Once I died, the Hall Elders of the higher world would immediately learn about what had happened here. Jianshan's heart thumped heavily. He could not help but think of Protector Shui. He sighed in amazement. "Protector Shui is actually so powerful? You're also a Divine King, the greatest Divine King of the God race, yet you're not her opponent?" Shui Yunlan already stands at the very apex of the Divine King's level of cultivation. There's a Divine King's throne in the Saints' world. It records the 1,000 most powerful Divine Kings in the entire Saints' world. Shui Yunlan ranks 9th on the throne of the Divine King. Out of all the Divine King in the entire Saints' world, there are only a handful of people who are stronger than Shui Yunlan. I only rank below the 100. Her strength is not something you can imagine, Aladona sighed gently. Jianshan gasped. Only now did he understand just how powerful Protector Shui, who had always been extremely respectful to his sister, was. There were quite a few Divine King in the vast Saints' world, but Protector Shui ranked 9th among all the Divine King in the entire Saints' world. This greatly surprised Jianshan. And that was over 3 million years ago. Although Shui Yunlan remains here today, unable to make any progress, let alone break through to the primordial realm, She's even more powerful now than she was 3 million years ago, Aladona's voice rang out. It was filled with bitterness. Although she and Shui Yunlan had both remained in the lower world for over 3 million years, Shui Yunlan had been improving, while she was only left with a weak soul. Even recovering her strength was an extravagant hope, let alone making any progress. You can only rely on yourselves to deal with the threat of the world of forsaken saints. I can't help you, and I'm a divine king from a higher world. I can't interfere too much with the matters of this world, or I'll suffer the punishment of the laws of the world. The treasure the Hall Elders gave me to block the punishment of the laws of the world has already been destroyed in my battle with Shui Yunlan. I've already sensed that Shui Yunlan has found the snow goddess of the ice goddess hall. Before long, Shui Yunlan will leave with the snow goddess. At that time, the seal of this world will shatter, and the path to the saints' world will open. The formation that prevents everyone from reaching the origin realm will vanish as well. At that time, you can enter the saints' world. Also, since you're friends with the war god, I hope you can tell the war god that he shouldn't think about avenging the war god before he becomes truly powerful. The winged tiger god from 1 million years ago was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. Although he only displayed strength at the origin realm, he made me shiver. Even if his strength was not as great as mine, he definitely had a treasure on him that could heavily injure me. I've also sensed the same feeling from Mo Tianyun of the human race. Chapter 1451. When Jianshan emerged from the elven god tree, the first divine king of the god race, Aladona, had fallen into a deep slumber once again. Tai Ta's soul-offering ceremony was completely led by Aladona from the shadows, so it took a huge toll on Aladona. She no longer possessed the strength of a divine king, so she was forced to fall into a deep slumber once again. Jianshan stood 100 meters away as he stared at the faintly glowing elven god tree. His expression was extremely mixed. He now knew that the elven god tree before him was not actually a tree, but a divine king. Jianshan, what happened? Tai Ta asked in confusion as he stood beside Jianshan. He had no idea what Jianshan had experienced in the elven god tree. The elven queen also stared at Jianshan as she stood beside Tai Ta. She wanted to know the answer very much as well. The elven god tree had existed among the elves for so many years, but there had never been a change like today, where someone had actually entered its trunk. Jianshan said nothing. He stared at the elven god tree before bowing. This is a divine king tree. With that, Jianshan turned around and left. Tai Ta scratched his head in confusion. He glanced at the elven god tree a few times in doubt before silently leaving with Jianshan. A divine king tree? What did sovereign Jianshan mean by that? The elven queen stood there in a daze. She carefully studied the elven god tree with her beautiful eyes. She was confused. Although she did not understand the true meaning behind the divine king tree that Jianshan had mentioned, she understood that the elven god tree was probably not as simple as the elven ancestors had thought. Otherwise, how could it have received a bow from the human sovereign? However, what Jianshan did not know was that the human sovereign's bow to the elven god tree had been recorded in the records of the elves shortly after he had left. At the same time, the phrase, Divine King Tree, was clearly recorded as well. Jianshan and Tai Ta left the only forest on the wasteland continent after their visit with the elves. Along the way, Jianshan asked Tai Ta about the key to unsealing Aruejin's corpse, the beast furs. The Hall Elders of the War God Hall have reported to me that they've collected 11 of the 18 beast furs. There are still 7 left. 2 of them are in the Beast God Hall on the Beast God continent, 1 is in Mercenary City on the Tian Yuan continent, and 1 is in the Tyrant's Blade School of the Protector clans. The whereabouts of the last 3 are unknown, said Tai Ta. Jianshan thought of something. With a flip of his hand, 3 palm-sized, white furs immediately appeared in his hand. The 3 beast furs had once been crucial for him to reach sainthood. Later on, he had lent them to others to cultivate, but he had taken them back long ago. Ta, I just happen to have 3 beast furs. They must be the 3 that are missing. I'll give them to you right now. I'll retrieve the remaining ones for you, said Jianchen before handing the 3 beast furs to Ta. With Ta's relationship with Jianchen, there was obviously no need for him to hold back. He directly accepted the 3 beast furs. At this moment, Jianchen's face suddenly changed. A golden light immediately shot out from between his eyebrows, forming a fist-sized golden tower in front of him. Ta, I need to enter the artifact space immediately. Leave with the artifact first. With that, Jianchen entered the artifact space in a hurry before Ta could say anything. A white-robed, middle-aged man stood within a majestic hall within the artifact space. He stared ahead sternly. He was the artifact spirit of the artifact space. Before the artifact spirit was a small but extremely powerful formation. It shone with resplendent light as it illuminated the entire hall. To no surprise, the radiant Saint Force origin energy that the artifact space had refined over countless years was sealed within the formation. The origin energy of Radiant Saint Force was essential for Radiant Saint Masters to advance from Class 6 to Class 7 and from Class 7 to Class 8. However, there was no origin energy of Radiant Saint Force in this world at all. The existence of the Saint Artifact was to absorb the Radiant Saint Force in the surroundings before converting it into the origin energy required for a Class 6 Radiant Saint Master to advance to Class 7. The seal within the artifact space had existed for an extremely long time, so long that it had existed even before the artifact spirit had been born. At the same time, it was the only place in the artifact space that the artifact spirit could not control. Over countless years, the Radiant Saint Force origin energy that the Saint Artifact had accumulated had reached an extremely terrifying level. However, the seal could only be unsealed once every 50 years. Every time it was unsealed, only a tiny amount of the origin energy would erupt and be taken away by someone, which was why there were Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters on the Tian Yuan continent. At this moment, a violet streak of light shot over from afar with lightning-like speed. It directly shot into the hall and vanished. Jianchen had received a notification from the artifact spirit, so he had hurried over as quickly as he could. As soon as Jianchen arrived, he stared at the powerful seal before him. He immediately frowned because the seal that sealed away the Radiant Saint Force origin energy had become extremely unstable. It actually showed signs of shattering. "Greetings, Master." The artifact spirit bowed towards Jianchen. Jianchen stared at the seal before him and asked, "Artifact spirit, what's happening here?" "Master, this lowly one does not know the exact situation because this lowly one has only just discovered the abnormality of the seal. However, based on this lowly one's careful observation, this lowly one has discovered that an external force that does not belong to the seal has appeared in the seal at some unknown time. Even though it's only a sliver of this external force, it's terrifyingly powerful. It's currently breaking apart the seal bit by bit," said the artifact spirit. Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He stared at the seal without blinking. As expected, he discovered the external force that did not belong to the seal that the artifact spirit had mentioned. After observing it for a while, he suddenly became extremely stern. Even though there was only a sliver of the external force, Jianchen could sense a life-threatening threat. How did this external force come about? Jianchen thought. The light in his eyes flickered as he thought of the greatest divine king of the god clan, Audiobook. However, he shook his head soon after. The power clearly did not match Audiobook, and he could not think of any reason why Audiobook would help him. Chapter 1452. Jianchen's face became ugly. He was worried that the artifact spirit was right. Once the strand of external power was no longer restrained by the seal, it would erupt within the Saint Artifact, and the entire Saint Artifact would shatter. Not only would the Saint Artifact be destroyed, but the artifact spirit would disperse as well. This was because the artifact's spirit was born within the Saint Artifact's space. It was inseparable from the Saint Artifact, where it would live and die together. Unless it was as powerful as the Sword Spirits, it would be impossible for it to survive the destruction of the Saint Artifact. A lot of the seal has already been destroyed. It looks like the strand of external power has already been here for quite some time, Jianchen said with a deep voice. What he wanted to understand the most right now was just where the strand of external power had come from. It's a pity that I can't control the situation here at all. Only when the seal gave off an abnormal pulse did I discover the abnormality here, the artifact spirit gently sighed. Its face was filled with bitterness. Jianchen and the artifact spirit stared at the seal as they tried to think of a solution. They wanted to stop the strand of external power from erupting within the Saint Artifact without the seal. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could only sigh in the end. There was nothing they could do about the strand of external power. Although it was only a strand of external power, it was extremely powerful. Even when Jianchen erupted with the battle prowess of the Origin Realm, he was not confident that he could disperse the strand of external power. At the same time, the Saint Artifact was unable to endure the battle prowess of the Origin Realm. Once Jianchen really did unleash the battle prowess of the Origin Realm, the Saint Artifact would probably collapse before he could disperse the strand of external power. The strand of external power is destroying the seal bit by bit in an extremely gentle manner. Not only can it destroy the seal like that, but it won't damage the Saint Artifact either. Looking at it right now, the strand of external power should be harmless. Otherwise, there would be no need for it to go through so much trouble if it really wanted to destroy the seal with its strength. Jianchen said in thought. Although that was what he said, he was not confident at all about whether the strand of external power would destroy the Saint Artifact. Jianchen got the artifact spirit to remain there and pay close attention to the changes to the seal before leaving the artifact space. When he emerged, Tai Ta had already returned to the War God Hall with the Saint Artifact. Jianchen got Tai Ta to gather several Hall elders in the War God Hall before learning about the current strength and heritage of the 100 races from them. To fuse. This time, he was heading to the 100 races for 2 reasons. Firstly, he wanted to visit Tai Ta. Secondly, he wanted to truly understand the 100 Races Foundation. In terms of understanding of the 100 Races, no one knew them better than the temple elders of the War God Temple. Even Tai Ta did not know as much about the 100 Races as the temple elders. After all, he had only been in the 100 Races for a short time. In the past, Jianchen coming to investigate the heritage of the 100 races as a human was definitely a taboo. Even if Jianchen was the sovereign of the human race, the Hall elders would never divulge any information. Yet now, the Hall elders told Jianchen everything without any hesitation at all. This was because they understood that the threat from the world of Forsaken Saints was just too great. If the 4 races did not rise up, they would not be able to stop the invasion at all. At that time, they would face the threat of extinction. However, in the end, Jianchen was disappointed. Although the 100 races possessed some heritage that was enough to stop the invasion of the Tian Yuan continent or the Beast God continent, it was only enough to stop people at the level of the Holy Emperor. They were helpless against Origin Realm experts. Moreover, they had used up quite a lot of their treasures to fend off the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints last time. Over a dozen forbidden artifacts that had been passed down since ancient times had been destroyed. They could no longer use the Heaven's Guard, the treasure of the dwarves. Jianchen, I feel like the War God Hall can stop Origin Realm experts, Tai Ta could not help but say when he saw Jianchen frown. Jianchen glanced at the majestic Divine Hall and asked, Tai Ta, have you refined the Divine Hall? Tai Ta scratched his head and said, right now, I can already become one with this Divine Hall. I can know everything that's going on inside the Divine Hall, but I still can't control it. Moreover, with my current strength, I can only refine a small portion of this divine hall. This small portion can only control the size of the divine hall. I can carry it around like your saint artifact. As for the power of the divine hall itself, I still can't use it. I need to completely refine this divine hall to do that. Jianshan was not surprised by this. He knew that the War God Hall was extraordinary. It was even more powerful than the divine halls in Mercenary City and the Beast God continent. How could such a powerful divine hall be as easy to control as regular divine halls? He had even guessed that the War God Hall did not belong to this world. Instead, it was something that the greatest divine king of the god race, Aladona, had brought down from the saints' world. Tai, roughly how long will it take for you to refine the small portion of the War God Hall? Jianshan asked. About that. Tai fell silent for a while before replying uncertainly, it'll probably take a few decades or even over a century. Jianshan shook his head with a bitter smile. That was far too long. The world of Forsaken Saints would not give them that much time to prepare. Jianshan bid farewell to Tai when he emerged from the War God Hall. He concluded his trip to the Wasteland continent and returned to the Tian Yuan continent. The first thing he did after returning was to the Tyrant's Gate. He went to the Tyrant's Blade School of the 10 Protector clans. When he mentioned the matter of the beast fur to the Tyrant's Blade School, the great elder of the Tyrant's Blade School did not hesitate at all. He immediately retrieved the beast fur from the ancestral hall and handed it to Jianshan politely. Afterward, Jianshan went to where Mercenary City was located. Although Mercenary City had ceased to exist on the Tian Yuan continent long ago, the miniature world of Mercenary City still existed. Although its strength had weakened, its heritage was still very great. Jianshan asked the Grand Elder about Tianjian in the miniature world of Mercenary City. He learned that Tianjian was still refining the Supreme Divine Hall of Mercenary City. Ever since he had entered seclusion, he still had not finished refining it. The Grand Elder even took Jianshan to the miniature world where the Supreme Divine Hall was located. He saw the floating Divine Hall. As expected, Jianshan could feel that the Divine Hall's power within the Divine Hall was extremely active. A tremendous pressure radiated from the Divine Hall, permeating the entire space and causing the space around the Divine Hall to distort from time to time. Jianshan looked at the floating Divine Hall from afar and sighed inside. He had heard Tianjian mention the beast fur before. The beast fur of Mercenary City had always been stored in the treasury of the Supreme Divine Hall. Only by controlling the Divine Hall could he open the treasury and take out the beast fur. Looks like I won't be able to obtain the beast fur from Mercenary City for now, Jianshan thought. He did not stay for too long and left the miniature world. Chapter 1453. Jianshan arrived on the Beast God continent and directly made his way to the Beast God Hall. The Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Songqiong, personally came out to receive him, inviting Jianshan into the hall. The White Tiger continued to receive the legacy on the 99th floor of the Beast God Hall. The 99th floor of the Beast God Hall seemed to exist in another space, completely isolated from the outside world. Jianshan was unable to sense anything that happened there at all, nor was there any disturbance at all. Rum Guinness had remained in the Beast God Hall for the past few days, eagerly waiting for her child to emerge from seclusion. After learning that Jianshan had arrived, she immediately came to greet him. Rum Guinness felt gratitude towards Jianshan. She had always treated Jianshan as her benefactor because she understood that if it were not for Jianshan's assistance, her son probably would not have survived until now, let alone enter the 99th floor to receive the legacy. The three of them exchanged some pleasantries before Jianshan cut straight to the chase. He asked about the other 2 beast furs in the Beast God Hall. With that, the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan obviously understood that Jianshan wanted to gather all 18 beast furs to remove the seal cast down by the winged tiger. Without any hesitation, he immediately made his way to the depths of the 97th floor. When he returned, he was holding 2 snow-white furs. He said, "These 2 beast furs are filled with mysteries, as if extremely profound mysteries of the world are hidden within. Over the countless years, the seniors of our Beast God Hall have studied them in an attempt to comprehend them and obtain an opportunity to surpass the Holy Emperor. Unfortunately, no one has been able to obtain anything useful from the 2 beast furs. In our generation, the 2 beast furs are in the hands of me, Kaiser, and the Tiger Emperor. The 3 of us came to an agreement long ago that each of us would have 100 years to comprehend them. During that 100 years, they just happened to be in my hands. The 2 beast furs have already been in our Beast God Hall for who knows how long. Because they are extremely precious, they have always been placed in the Beast God Hall. All the emperors who have possessed the 2 beast furs would leave them in the Beast God Hall whenever they ventured out, as only the Beast God Hall could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Since Sovereign Jianchen needs them, I'll take it upon myself this time and gift them to you. I hope that they will be of assistance to you when you fend off the world of Forsaken Saints in the future." Jianchen did not hold back and directly accepted the 2 beast furs. Collecting the remaining beast furs was extraordinarily smooth this time, which made him sigh emotionally. Afterwards, Jianchen asked Songqiong for a piece of land to settle down the various magical beasts living in the artifact space. Songqiong obviously agreed to Jianchen's extremely small request. Without any hesitation, he divided up the spiritual mountains that the Tiger clan had occupied and ordered the entire clan to migrate. Although the Tiger clan had the support of Lankiros, the experts of the Tiger clan clearly knew that their clan was done for. Their king had harmed the young winged tiger. This was a heinous crime that was enough for the entire clan to be wiped out on the Beast God continent. As a result, the people of the Tiger clan had no objections to the Holy Emperor of the Pung clan's orders. They silently migrated and cooperated with him. Right now, the Tiger clan only hoped that the winged tiger would spare their innocent clansmen after completing the Beast God's legacy. Jianchen arrived in the spiritual mountains that the Tiger clan had once occupied before releasing all the magical beasts in the artifact space. Now that the artifact had undergone an unpredictable change, the entire artifact might even be destroyed, so it was no longer suitable for the magical beasts to live there. However, the magical beasts had already lived in the artifact space for far too long, so they had already adapted to the environment there. Now that they had suddenly appeared on the Beast God continent, the powerful magical beasts would be fine, but the weaker magical beasts would run into trouble. The artifact space was a world of its own. The energy of the world there was completely different from the energy of the Beast God continent. The stronger magical beasts could use the energy of the world very quickly, but the weaker magical beasts were unable to cultivate. Many of them were unable to absorb the energy of the world outside, or they would face the danger of exploding. Jianchen did not do anything after learning all of this. They had to overcome all of this themselves. At the same time, if the magical beasts wanted to continue living on the cruel Beast God continent, they would have to go through many battles in the future. This was all he could help them with. Not long after this batch of demonic beasts settled down, this spiritual mountain welcomed the first batch of guests. They were from the Rock clan, and the leader was an 8th-rank demonic beast. He brought a few 7th-rank demonic beasts who had transformed into humans with generous gift. He was very polite. Jianchen did not take part. He observed everything in the surroundings from the top of a mountain. The magical beasts lived in the artifact space. Although they fought and killed, it was nothing compared to the cruelty of the Beast God continent. Now that the artifact space had changed, Jianchen felt slightly guilty about releasing all the magical beasts from the artifact space to the cruel Beast God continent. He planned on leaving after 2 days. After all, many of the magical beasts living in the artifact space had already treated it as their home. The visiting guests of the Pung clan chatted happily with the Class 7 magical beasts from the artifact space. They got along very well with each other very soon. If outsiders saw this, They would have thought that they were good friends who had not seen each other in many years. After learning that the magical beasts had always lived in the cage-like artifact space, not only did they not show any disdain or mockery, but they even enthusiastically explained everything about the Beast God continent to them. They basically told them everything they knew. There was no end to it. Very soon, a Class 7 magical beast found Jianshan to complain. Because they had lived in the artifact space for far too long, they had gradually lost some of their unique abilities as magical beasts. The magical beasts on the Beast God continent all possessed the ability to devour monster cores and refine the energy within for their own use. They no longer possessed this ability. Jianshan frowned and sighed softly. He was unable to help them with something like this. All he could do was warn the Holy Emperor of the Peng clan, Sangqiong, and get him to secretly take care of the magical beast. The new environment of the Beast God continent was truly suitable for magical beasts. However, they had lived in the artifact space for far too long, so some of their abilities had changed. They needed to get used to it on their first time here. Chapter 1454. The magical beasts who had always lived in the artifact space were familiar with the 3 Class 8 magical beasts because they were their seniors. They had once been respected and feared by them. There were even a few Class 7 magical beasts who had received their protection. After all, there had been over a dozen Class 8 magical beasts in the artifact space back then. There had been some competition and grievances between them. However, with the addition of the 3 Class 8 magical beasts, the magical beasts who had just witnessed the outside world became extremely excited. They had already understood the brutality of the Beast God continent from their conversation with the Peng clan. Even though there were a few Class 7 magical beasts among them, it was difficult to guarantee that they would be able to survive here for long. However, the situation was drastically different with the 3 powerful Class 8 magical beasts watching over them. From then on, the magical beasts from the artifact space all cast aside their past grievances as long as they did not have any irreconcilable grievances between them. They banded together and worked together against the outside world, establishing a tribe with the 3 Class 8 magical beasts as their leaders. They truly gained a firm foothold on the Beast God continent. At the same time, the Peng clan secretly took care of them. As long as Sangqiong remained standing, there would not be a single Peak clan on the Beast God continent that dared to disrespect the Peng clan. After all, the Beast God continent was no longer a tripartite balance of power. Sangqiong had become the only ruler of the Beast God continent after Kaiser and Lankiros had fled. The Peng clan had obviously become the imperial clan of the Beast God continent. 3 days later, Jianshan left silently. He left the Beast God continent on his Ziying sword and quickly flew over the blue sea. This time, he did not travel towards the Tianyuan continent, the Wasteland continent, or the sea realm of the sea race. Instead, he headed towards the depths of the Arctic. As soon as they approached, the temperature of the surroundings plummeted. They were already close to the Arctic, so they were not far from the Ice Goddess Hall. Large swathes of ice had even appeared in the ocean below. Even further away, they could vaguely make out the snow-white tundra of the Arctic. Jianshan hovered in the air above the cold North Sea. The Ziying sword had transformed into a 30-meter-long immortal sword that floated in the air, emitting a resplendent purple sword light. Jianshan sat cross-legged on the Ziying sword and closed his eyes to rest. In front of him, the sacred relic emitted a faint golden light as it floated there. Most of the seal in the artifact space had already collapsed. It was getting closer and closer to the day when it would completely collapse. Strands of radiant Saint Force origin energy that had been condensed in the seal for countless years would drift out from time to time. The seal was so damaged that it was unable to completely seal up the origin energy. Jianshan sat on the Ziying sword and waited quietly. Although his eyes were closed, as if he was cultivating, he was paying attention to the changes in the artifact space at all times. 2 hours later, the space 100 meters away from Jianchen began to violently distort. With a soft thud, the space there seemed to have been shattered by something in an extremely brutal manner. A blurry door actually appeared, and afterward, a dazzling golden light shone out. Almost the same moment the golden light appeared, a huge figure appeared in the surroundings. Tai Ta arrived before Jianchen in a flash. He looked at Jianchen, who sat on the Ziying sword, and said with a deep, muffled voice, "Jianchen, I'm here." Jianchen opened his eyes and stood up from the Ziying sword. The Ziying sword immediately turned into a violet streak of light, shrinking to the size of a meter in a single instance. It stuck to Jianchen's back. Jianchen hovered in the air as he looked at Tai Ta. He was rather stern. Just when he wanted to say something, the space 100 meters away suddenly distorted again. 3 space gates appeared at almost the same time, and Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian walked out. Feng Xiaotian was no longer the Holy Emperor, but the Holy Emperor. Although he had not reached his peak, it was only a matter of time. At the same time, the 3 of them had once been Origin Realm experts. Even though their strength had declined and they were unable to reach the Origin Realm, they possessed saint artifacts. Their strength could not be compared to the Holy Emperor. As soon as the 3 of them walked out, their eyes narrowed. They stared behind Jianchen at the same time. A hazy woman bathed in a gentle, blue light silently appeared 30 meters behind Jianchen. She did not give off any presence at all. She was like a ghost. The sea goddess had arrived as well. She was a true Origin Realm expert among the people present. At the same time, she was the only one who had survived out of the 4 ancient sovereigns. As for the winged tiger god and Mo Tianyun from the ancient era, they had disappeared for far too long. It was so long ago that many people in this world believed that they had already fallen. As soon as Tai Ta, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, Feng Xiaotian, and Poseidon appeared, they became stunned when they saw that aside from Jianchen, there were actually several of the most powerful people in the world. They had all been invited by Jianchen. They had never thought that not only had Jianchen invited them, but he had also invited the other most powerful people on the Tianyuan continent. This made them extremely curious. "Great-grandson, may I ask why you've called all of us here?" Yang Lai asked Jianchen. However, he would glance at the snowy tundra in the distance from time to time. Jianchen clasped his hands at them and said, "Please don't resist. I'll take you into the artifact space." With that, Jianchen let the saint artifact suck everyone in. Within the artifact space, Tai Ta, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, Feng Xiaotian, Poseidon, and Jianchen appeared outside the hall where the seal was. As soon as they arrived, they could tell that the artifact space was extremely fragile. It was unable to endure power that surpassed the Holy Emperor, so they immediately erased their presences. Jianchen led them into the hall. He said nothing at all, allowing them to personally check the changes to the seal. Tai Ta, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, Feng Xiaotian, and Poseidon were all extraordinary people. They sensed the abnormality of the seal very soon, and they immediately became stern. There's a supreme energy within the seal. Logically speaking, the space should have collapsed in a single instance when such a powerful energy appeared, but the energy did not destroy the space. Instead, it used a gentle method to devour the seal bit by bit. "It's strange," Gui Haidao said with a heavy voice. "This supreme energy can easily kill us in our peak condition. It's definitely not energy that an Origin Realm expert can control. It's the power of a godhood expert at the very least, and an expert who stands at the apex of godhood." "Jianchen, have you seen that person from the Ice Goddess Hall?" Feng Xiaotian frowned. Aside from Tai Ta, everyone's eyes narrowed when they heard that person from the Ice Goddess Hall. They all stared at Jianchen. Jianchen shook his head. "I have indeed seen her, but the supreme energy within the seal did not come from her. Even the artifact spirit has no idea where the energy came from. It seems to have appeared out of nowhere." The only thing I'm worried about is that the energy will destroy the Saint artifact when it's not restrained by the seal. It might even affect the outside world. Chapter 1455. Jianshan, did you call us here to deal with this supreme force? Taita asked. Jianshan nodded. Correct, it's indeed for this matter. Although the supreme force in the seal seems very docile right now, its strength has shocked us. We need to be on guard against it. Once the supreme force goes berserk without the seal, we'll work together and see if we can disperse it. If that's the case, let's go to outer space. At that time, even if the supreme force goes berserk, it won't cause too much damage here, Poseidon said. No, I think this is the best place. Jianshan shook his head. He stared into the distance, as if he could see through space. He could see beyond the artifact's space, where the ice goddess hall was hidden in the depths of the Arctic. If the situation really develops into something we don't want to see, I believe that she'll take action. If she doesn't, the Arctic will probably cease to exist, Jianshan murmured. Before he knew Protector Shui's exact strength, he did not dare to take such a risk because he did not know whether the mysterious protector of the Ice Goddess Hall could deal with the supreme force or not. However, when he learnt from the number 1 divine king of the God clan, Aladona, that Protector Shui was the 9th supreme expert below the divine king, he completely stopped worrying. If even someone as powerful as Protector Shui could not deal with the supreme force, he would not be able to change anything even if he took the artifact's space to outer space. This was because if this supreme power erupted in its entirety, the area it affected would be extremely vast. Even if it was sent to outer space, it would still affect this place, causing a calamity to befall this land. Unless it was sent to the depths of the universe. However, they no longer had enough time to send the Saint artifact to the depths of the universe. Afterwards, all of them waited silently in the artifact space. All of them were stern as they stared at the strand of supreme power in the seal. They did not leave the artifact space because the artifact space could not restrain them at all. If this strand of supreme power completely erupted in the artifact space and destroyed the space, they were completely confident that they could leave at a critical moment. After waiting for 2 days, most of the seal had been destroyed. A large amount of radiant Saint Force origin energy had leaked out of the seal in the form of a white stream, permeating the entire hall. It was like a thick layer of mist, causing the hall to become extremely blurry. At this moment, the radiant Saint Force origin energy was so dense that it had reached a shocking level. If any other Class 6 or 7, Radiant Saint Master were here, they would definitely go crazy with excitement. The reason why there were so few Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters on the Tian Yuan continent was because they lacked the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. The reason why Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters were extinct was also because they lacked the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. But now, the Radiant Saint Force origin energy had far exceeded a few dozen strands, let alone several hundred strands. There were thousands or even tens of thousands of strands. If the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union was here, he would have an extremely great chance of breaking through to the 7th class and becoming a powerful Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. Jianshan was also a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master, but he did not pay attention to the Radiant Saint Force origin energy at all. All of his attention was focused on the damaged seal. 2/3 of the seal had already been destroyed. Only a third remained. Once the remaining third was destroyed, the supreme force would completely break free. The outcome would be unpredictable. Jianshan, Tai Ta, Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, Feng Xiaotian, and the sea goddess all held their breaths as they stared at the supreme power in the seal. They completely ignored the dense radiant Saint Master origin energy that permeated the surroundings. They had already adjusted themselves to their peak condition, ready to unleash their strongest attack at any time. 2/3 of the seal had been destroyed. Although it still persisted tenaciously, it was no longer complete. As a result, the remaining third collapsed even faster. In just 4 hours, the remaining portion of the seal had been completely destroyed by the strand of supreme force. Without the restraints of the seal, the radiant Saint Force origin energy that had been stored up in the artifact's space for countless years immediately gushed out like a flood. It gushed out wildly from the damaged seal, and at that moment, the hall was shrouded by a shockingly dense, white mist. It was impossible to see through it. Even with Jianchen, Tai-Ta, Yang Lai, and so on, they were unable to see through the white mist condensed from radiant Saint Force origin energy. Everyone's expression changed. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their eyes were filled with vigilance. Now that they couldn't see anything, they could only rely on their senses to observe that powerful energy. Under the control of Jian Chen's mind, the azulate swords on his back had already levitated into the air. They hovered above his head as they shone with a faint azure and violet light. Tai-Ta had also drawn his golden axe. Yang Lai, Gui Haidao, and Feng Xiaotian had all drawn their saint artifacts. The sea goddess wielded her trident as well. However, the energy of the weapons was concealed to prevent them from damaging the artifact's space. If it was necessary, they could erupt with their greatest power in a single moment. It was enough to tear apart the world. But very soon, a gleam of light erupted from their cautious eyes. They were shocked. Although the radiant Saint Force origin energy had obscured their vision, preventing them from seeing the changes in the Supreme Force, they could clearly sense that the Supreme Force was weakening at an unbelievable rate after destroying the seal. It was as if a vigorous middle-aged man had become an old man in his twilight years all of a sudden. The strange change stunned everyone present, including Jianchen. They all thought about the consequences of destroying the seal. Even if the Supreme Force did not go berserk without the seal and remained as docile as before, at the very least, the Supreme Force should have continued to exist after the seal was destroyed. It should not have weakened so quickly. What a strange power! Its existence seems to be specifically for destroying the seal. Not only has it not caused any damage, but it's even dispersing by itself after destroying the seal. Yang Lai sighed in amazement as a strange light appeared in his eyes. Strange, strange. When the Supreme Force disperses, it should have turned into tremendous energy of the world, but when it disperses, it seems to have vanished into thin air. It doesn't leave behind any traces, nor does it leave behind any energy of the world, Gui Haidao said as a strange light filled his eyes. Chapter 1456. What I'm most curious about is where exactly did this strand of supreme strength come from, and who left it behind? The few of them were discussing this topic. The origin of this supreme power had now become a mystery that affected the nerves of everyone here. Just a trace of power was enough to make all of them feel shocked. They really couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying realm the person who left behind this trace of power had reached. Most importantly, when was this trace of supreme power left behind? Was it recently or during the ancient times? Or was it from the ancient times that had already vanished from history? Or perhaps the saints' world? However, it was very clear that no matter how hard they racked their brains, they were unable to come to a conclusion. This was because even the artifact's spirit was unable to sense the appearance of this supreme power. It was even more impossible to determine when it had appeared. I never thought that so much radiant Saint Force origin energy would be sealed here. Great-grandson, with this origin energy, it'll only be a matter of time before you become a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master, Yang Lai said to Jianchen. There has only been a single Class 8, Radiant Saint Master in the ancient times. After that, there hasn't been another Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. Jianchen, looks like you'll become the second Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. There has always been a legend about Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters on your Tian Yuan continent. It's said that once you become a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master, you'll be able to revive those who have passed away and left behind a saint weapon. Even I don't know if this legend is true because the Class 8, Radiant Saint Master that appeared in the ancient times did not do such a thing. Poseidon stared at Jianchen deeply. If Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters really did possess such heaven-defying abilities, the strength of the Tian Yuan continent would definitely increase drastically once Jianchen became a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. Whether it was Emperor Armaments, King Armaments, or Ruler Armaments, they were all extremely difficult to destroy. After so many years, many Saint Rulers, Holy Emperors, and Holy Emperors had left behind Saint weapons on the Tian Yuan continent. If all of these Saint weapons were to be revived, they would be an extremely terrifying force. Jianchen's eyes became filled with eagerness when he heard that. He would personally verify whether Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters really possessed such heaven-defying abilities soon. The supreme power in the seal was perfectly dealt with without the help of Protector Shui of the Ice Goddess Hall. This naturally relieved Jianchen and the others. Afterward, Tai Ta, Poseidon, and the others all bid farewell to Jianchen. Yang Lai, Guihai Dao, and Feng Xiaotian returned to the Tian Yuan continent as well. In the blink of an eye, only Jianchen remained above the frigid sea. Jianchen put away his saint artifact and stared at the eye of ice in the distance for a while before leaving. Jianchen flew on his sword and returned to the Tian Yuan continent. Afterwards, he found a desolate mountain and immediately entered the artifact space to enter seclusion. In the past, his Radiant Saint Force had stopped at Class 6, unable to reach Class 7 because he lacked the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. As a result, he had gone to the Radiant Saint Master Union in the Holy Emperor's Empire's City of God and obtained the opportunity to reach Class 7. Now, his Radiant Saint Force had stopped at Class 7 because he lacked the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. Although possessing the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force would not allow all Radiant Saint Masters to reach Class 7 or 8, it would be very difficult for them to reach Class 7 if they lacked the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force, let alone Class 8, no matter how great their talent was. It would be impossible for them to reach Class 7. At this moment, the artifact spirit had strengthened the hall where the seal was placed in the artifact space, trapping all the Radiant Saint Force origin energy that leaked out from the seal within the hall. None of it leaked out at all. The vast hall was currently filled with white mist. This was condensed from the pure origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. There was so much of it that it was impossible to calculate. Jianchen sat in the hall as he began to absorb the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. The cultivation system of Radiant Saint Masters was completely different from fighters. Fighters absorbed the energy of the world into their bodies and condensed saint weapons in their dantian, strengthening their bodies and obtaining great strength. Radiant Saint Masters cultivated their souls, absorbing the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force into their souls and fusing it with them, allowing their souls to evolve. At the same time, they would store the refined origin energy of Radiant Saint Force in their souls. Radiant Saint Masters had frail bodies, but their attacks were not weak either. In particular, Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters could use Radiant Saint techniques with the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. They could unleash attacks that were no weaker than Saint Rulers. Only Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters could use a supreme technique, God's Descent. It was an extraordinary technique that could contend against experts like the Holy Emperor. It was countless times more powerful than Saint-tier battle skills. The only downside was that it came at an extremely heavy price. Jianchen sat in the hall as he absorbed the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force as hard as he could. Visible strands of white mist constantly flowed into his forehead, entering his soul. In the end, they were enveloped by Jianchen's soul before being rapidly refined. Jianchen's soul had already reached the peak of the Holy Emperor's soul. It was incomparable to when he had just become a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master. As a result, he absorbed and refined the origin energy extremely quickly. He could not be compared to other Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters. At the same time, his talent as a Radiant Saint Master was extremely great, which allowed the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force to fuse with his soul extremely perfectly. As a result, he advanced extremely quickly from the 7th class to the 8th class. If other Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters needed 100 years to reach the 8th class, Jianshan would only need a few years or even less. As Jianshan's soul fused with the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force, he could clearly sense that his soul was transforming bit by bit. Although it remained at the peak of the Holy Emperor's soul and did not grow any stronger, it was undergoing a sublimation, becoming even more powerful. Chapter 1457. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Due to the fact that Jianshan absorbed and refined Radiant Saint Force origin energy at an extraordinary rate, his cultivation in half a month was equivalent to several years or even several decades of cultivation for other people. At this moment, the dense, white mist of Radiant Saint Force origin energy that had been trapped in the hall by the artifact's spirit had thinned out slightly, allowing some visibility to return. However, even with that being the case, he could only vaguely see a distance of 10 meters. After absorbing so much Radiant Saint Force origin energy, Jianshan could clearly sense that his soul had become far, far more powerful compared to half a month ago. This was because he was both a fighter and a Radiant Saint Master. As a result, Jianshan could sense that his soul was no weaker than an Origin Realm expert's even though it had not reached the Origin Realm. The Radiant Saint Force origin energy he had refined in the past half a month had almost solidified. It had condensed into a ball of liquid that existed in his soul. It fused with his soul, but it occupied a place all to itself. The ball of liquid was only the size of a thumb. It constantly changed between illusory and corporeal. It had not completely solidified, but it was extremely close. Jianshan could sense that his abilities as a Radiant Saint Master had increased by a lot. He was definitely several dozen times more powerful than before, but he still remained at Class 7. He had yet to reach Class 8. Class 8. I have to break through this time, Jianshan thought. He had already made up his mind to become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master this time. He immediately gritted his teeth and began to refine the Radiant Saint Force origin energy at an even faster rate. However, as the amount of origin energy he refined rapidly increased, Jianshan became more and more surprised. He had never thought that the amount of Radiant Saint Force origin energy required to reach Class 8 would be so terrifying. Without the Saint artifact, probably no one would be able to reach Class 8 in just a few thousand years in this world where Radiant Saint Force origin energy no longer existed. Unknowingly, Jianshan had already cultivated in the artifact space for 2 months. During those 2 months, the Tianyuan continent was not peaceful at all. The 10 protector clans and mercenary city announced to the entire continent that they were collecting all the ruler armaments, king armaments, and emperor armaments on the continent. The same thing was not happening on the Tianyuan continent. The same thing was happening on the Sea Realm and the Wasteland continent as well. The Sea Goddess and the War God had personally given the orders. The Beast God continent was no exception. Songqiong had given the same order as well, to collect all the saint weapons left behind by human experts who had passed away on the Beast God continent. The magical beasts, the 100 races, and the humans had some grievances in the past, resulting in great wars. A portion of the saint weapons left behind by human experts naturally ended up in the hands of the magical beasts and the 100 races. As for the Sea Realm, although it had never participated in the conflicts between the continents, there were many human cultivators in the Sea Realm. If these cultivators passed away in the Sea Realm, they would naturally leave behind a few saint weapons. Jianshan obviously had no idea what was happening in the outside world as he cultivated in the artifact space. However, at this moment, Jianshan suddenly shuddered as he absorbed the origin energy of Radiant Saint Force. At that moment, the tiny swirl between his eyebrows suddenly doubled in size. The rate at which it absorbed Radiant Saint Force skyrocketed, causing all the radiant saint force in the hall to gently pulse. As if it had been summoned by something, it gathered toward Jianchen from all directions. At this moment, Jianchen's soul underwent an overwhelming change. It was undergoing a qualitative leap. The powerful power of his soul suddenly condensed into a ball before turning into a tiny person at a visible rate. His facial features were clear, and he actually looked exactly like Jianchen. The tiny figure was completely condensed from the power of Jianchen's soul. It was snow-white and shone with a faint, white light. It was filled with a sense of holiness. An even brighter speck of white light flickered between the eyebrows of the tiny figure. It enveloped the entire soul, obscuring the tiny figure that was completely condensed from the power of the soul. The tiny speck of white light was condensed from the origin energy of radiant saint force. It contained a tremendous amount of origin energy, countless times more powerful than the origin energy that Class 7 radiant saint masters possessed. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes. He silently sensed his soul that had condensed into a tiny person and the speck of white light between the eyebrows of the tiny person. He could not help but become overjoyed. He knew that he had finally broken through the 7th class and entered the mysterious domain of Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters. At the same time, his soul had improved, surpassing the level of the Holy Emperor and truly reaching the level of an Origin Realm expert. He was much more powerful than regular Origin Realm experts. Currently, he did not need to leave the artifact space to know what was happening outside. As a matter of fact, he could even sit in the artifact space and scan a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers with his soul. The only pity was that the breakthrough in his soul did not increase his battle prowess by much. Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. I've already reached that level. I just wonder if Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters are really as heaven-defying as the legends say, able to revive saint weapons and regain their former master's might, Jianchen thought. Right now, he suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He wanted to immediately find a saint weapon to test it out and see if the rumors were true. Unfortunately, he still did not possess the method to do so. Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters needed a corresponding method to revive the dead, and Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters needed to do the same for reviving saint weapons. Jianchen stood up and looked around the hall. He discovered that the radiant saint force origin energy that permeated the hall had not been completely absorbed. There was still a thin layer of mist lingering there. Even though there was not much of it, there were still over 1,000 strands of radiant saint force origin energy. I'll leave the remaining radiant saint force origin energy to the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union. He's already reached the peak of Class 7, so he's not far from Class 8. The origin energy here should be enough for him to reach Class 8, Jianchen thought. The president of the Radiant Saint Master Union had once been his master, even though their relationship was not very deep. Jianchen dismissed his thoughts. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly came to a halt. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the center of the hall. It just happened to be the center of the seal. A head-sized orb hovered there silently. Strands of radiant saint force origin energy surged out from the orb, enveloping the orb as a white mist. It seemed like a white mist, so it was very easy for people to overlook it. Chapter 1458. With a flash, Jianchen crossed several dozen meters as if he had teleported. He suddenly appeared before the head-sized white orb. Surprise filled his eyes as he stared at the white orb that was shrouded in white mist. Afterwards, he slowly extended his hand into the hazy white mist and touched the orb. At that moment, Jianchen's eyes became extremely bright. He was unable to hide his excitement as his heart churned. He struggled to remain calm. The head-sized white orb was actually completely condensed from radiant saint force origin energy. It had completely solidified and was as tough as rock. The radiant saint force origin energy within it had reached an extremely terrifying level. At the same time, Jianshan could clearly sense that the Radiant Saint Force origin energy within the orb was actually much purer than the Radiant Saint Force origin energy he had absorbed earlier. At this moment, Jianshan's feelings were indescribable. He had just become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master, and his soul had broken through the Holy Emperor's barrier to reach the origin realm. This was already an extremely great harvest for him, yet he had actually discovered a white orb condensed from even purer Radiant Saint Force origin energy. The origin energy within it was even much more than what he had absorbed in the past few days. Jianshan felt like he had fallen into a dream from all these pleasant surprises. It was just so unreal. The artifact spirit sensed that Jianshan had ended his cultivation and walked into the hall. Just when it was about to congratulate Jianshan, it suddenly saw the head-sized white orb in the center of the hall. It was stunned as well before becoming shocked as well. It's completely condensed from origin energy. The amount of origin energy within it is so tremendous that it's unimaginable. I never thought that there would be so much origin energy within the seal. The artifact spirit could not help but sigh in amazement. As if it had thought of something, it immediately congratulated Jianshan. Congratulations, Master. Congratulations on obtaining this. If Master absorbs all the origin energy within the orb, there's a chance for you to reach Class 9. Class 9. Jianshan murmured. His eyes shone brighter and brighter. They were filled with eagerness and desire. In the history of the Tian Yuan continent, there had only been a single Class 8, Radiant Saint Master, but there had never been a Class 9, Radiant Saint Master. But very soon, Jianshan's gaze returned to normal. To him, there was not much difference between Class 8 and 9 Radiant Saint Masters. He desired to reach Class 8 because it was rumored that Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters could revive Saint weapons. Many Saint weapons had been left behind on the Tian Yuan continent over the countless years. If he could revive all of them and allow their masters to possess the strength they possessed when they were alive, it would greatly increase the strength of the Tian Yuan continent. It would be extremely useful in fending off the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saint. If it were not for the fact that Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters possessed this ability, there would be no need for Jianshan to desire to become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. With his current strength, he could fight at the Origin Realm, while Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters were only on par with the Holy Emperor at most. Even if he used the forbidden technique, God's Descent, he would only be able to kill the Holy Emperor if he sacrificed 1,000 years of his life. Killing the Holy Emperor was as easy as killing an ant to him now, so why would he sacrifice 1,000 years of his life to use the God's Descent? Jianshan guessed that Class 9 Radiant Saint Masters only corresponded to the Holy Emperor of the Tian Yuan continent. As a result, becoming a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master did not mean much to Jianshan. Artifact Spirit, do you know the difference between Class 8 and 9 Radiant Saint Masters? Jianshan asked. He had heard a little about Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters from the rumors, but he knew nothing about Class 9 Radiant Saint Masters. There were no legends about Class 9 Radiant Saint Masters on the Tian Yuan continent. The artifact spirit shook his head. Master, this lowly one does not know. This lowly one has never heard of Class 9 Radiant Saint Masters either. It's rumored that Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters can revive Saint weapons. Do you know the exact method? Jianshan asked again. The artifact spirit hesitated before replying. Master, this lowly one does know a little about this. This was left behind by the Class 8 Radiant Saint Master in ancient times. It's a pity that it's incomplete. It's impossible to revive Saint weapons with this incomplete method. Jianshan was disappointed. After a moment of silence he said, Give it to me. Yes, sir. Very soon, Jianshan passed the incomplete method to Jianshan. It was a Class 9 magical beast's beast hide. It was extremely old and was covered in words. It recorded the method to revive Saint weapons. Jianshan looked through it before gently sighing. he silently stowed the beast hide away. The artifact spirit was right. The method recorded on it was incomplete. It was indeed impossible to revive Saint weapons with this. Let's leave this ball condensed from radiant Saint force here for now, Jianchen thought to himself. Jianchen glanced at the fortune that could allow him to reach Class 9 one last time before leaving the artifact's space without any reluctance. Jianchen stowed the artifact's space away after arriving in the outside world. Afterward, he flew off on Ziying as a streak of light. Along the way, he expanded the senses of his soul, enveloping a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers in a single instance. Moreover, this was not his limit. As he continued to expand, the area he covered rapidly increased as well. In the end, he covered most of the Tianyuan continent. He even covered a large portion of the ocean. Although Jianchen stood extremely far away, he could see the ruins of Mercenary City through his soul. He saw the kingdom of Jessen, the Changyang prefecture of Lore City, and everything in Flame City, including the bright Moon Divine Hall that stood in the forbidden grounds of the palace-like city lord's estate. The moment Jianchen's soul enveloped the bright Moon Divine Hall, the illusionary fairy Haoyue suddenly opened her eyes. At that moment, her gaze seemed to be able to pierce through space, ignoring the distance between them. In the end, her gaze landed on Jianchen several million kilometers away. Fairy Haoyue, Jianchen greets you. Jianchen's voice seemed to ring out from nothingness, reverberating around the bright Moon Divine Hall. Although it did not spread, Fairy Haoyue heard it clearly. Jianchen's soul was still unable to penetrate the bright Moon Divine Hall, but he could sense that there was a gaze watching him from a great distance away. Jianchen, I never thought that you would break through again so quickly. You've surprised me, Fairy Haoyue gently said in amazement from within the bright Moon Divine Hall. Her voice was not very loud, but it traveled several million kilometers, reaching Jianchen's ears clearly. It was like someone was speaking to him. Fairy Haoyue, you've surprised Jianchen as well. Jianchen smiled faintly, but he was secretly shocked inside. Only now did he discover that Fairy Haoyue's soul was no weaker than his. Jianchen, if you return to Flame City, please come to the bright Moon Divine Hall for a chat, Fairy Haoyue said indifferently. Chapter 1459. The senses of the Origin Realm really are terrifying. Before I broke through, the senses of my holy Emperor soul could only cover a range of 200,000 or 300,000 kilometers. Now that I've reached the Origin Realm, the senses of my soul have suddenly increased by several dozen times, reaching a range of several million kilometers. It's already covered most of the Tianyuan continent. Jianchen gently sighed inside. He had just spoken to Fairy Haoyue from several million kilometers away. He would never have dared to imagine such a scene in the past. Although the Holy Emperor and the Origin Realm were only separated by a single level of cultivation, the difference between the levels was like the difference between heaven and earth. Whether it was Saint Ruler, Holy Emperor, or Holy Emperor, they were all at sainthood. Once they surpassed the Holy Emperor, they would cross over into a whole new realm. Although the difference in strength between each of the three major realms of sainthood was still very great, it was not impossible to make up for it with powerful battle skills and group tactics. However, the difference between the Holy Emperor and the Origin Realm was not something that could be made up for with powerful battle skills and group tactics. Everyone below Saint Ruler was an ant because Saint Rulers had already comprehended the mysteries of the world. They possessed the power to freeze space, and in a single instance, they could immobilize several hundred Heaven Saint Masters. As a result, Heaven Saint Masters were unable to threaten Saint Rulers. The difference between the Holy Emperor and the Origin Realm was like the difference between Heaven Saint Masters and Saint Rulers. Saint Rulers, Saint Kings, and Saint Emperors all used Saint Force, as well as a portion of Spatial Force. Origin Realm experts, on the other hand, used Origin Energy, which was a power that surpassed Saint Force. Jianchen stood on the Ziying sword and used the senses of his soul to scout the way. He was enveloped by a layer of violet light from the Ziying sword as he shot through the sky with unbelievable speed as a streak of light. To no surprise, he headed in the direction of the Holy Emperor's empire, the City of God. Before long, Jianchen arrived in the City of God. He did not want to cause a disturbance in the city this time, so he entered the city silently. With a few flashes through the crowd, he silently entered the headquarters of the Radiant Saint Master Union. Even though the defenses of the headquarters were tight, they were like decorations to Jianchen. On the highest floor of the Union, the President, Adami, and the Grand Elder, Terlink, stood before a window as they watched the people on the streets in the distance. They were the two people with the greatest status and authority in the Union. At the same time, they were the two most powerful Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters when it came to cultivating Radiant Saint Force. However, as the President and Grand Elder of the Radiant Saint Master Union with the greatest authority, their faces were filled with worry recently. They were no longer as relaxed as before. The tunnel to the world of Forsaken Saints is rapidly stabilizing. As time goes on, the next wave of invasions from the world of Forsaken Saints is drawing closer and closer. Although we have Jianchen's assistance and many people have broken through to the level of Holy Emperor, I feel like we're still not their opponent. Once we're defeated, the President said with a heavy voice. He and the Grand Elder had always been worried about this problem. Grand Elder Terlink stood before the window with his hands behind his back in white robes. He stared at the street in the distance in a daze and remained silent for a while. After a moment of silence, he let out a long sigh. Although we have Origin Realm experts on our side, there are only a few of them. We can't compare to the world of Forsaken Saints in terms of numbers. It'll probably be very difficult for us to achieve victory in the next battle. And even if our Origin Realm experts can stop the Origin Realm experts of the world of Forsaken Saints, we're still nowhere close to being their opponent in a battle below the Origin Realm. We can see this from how the world of Forsaken Saints was able to gather several hundred Holy Emperor experts with ease last time. It looks like we need to stop the next invasion of the world of Forsaken Saints. Unless a Supreme Expert appears, only Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters have the ability to turn the situation around. It's said that Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters can revive Saint weapons and regain their former Master's might. There have been many Saint weapons left behind by Saint rulers, Holy Emperors, and even Holy Emperors on our Tian Yuan continent. If all these Saint weapons can be revived, they'll be an extremely terrifying force, said the President of the Union. Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters aren't easy at all. With your talent, you're no weaker than that prodigy from ancient times, but even with that being the case, you've only reached this level after several thousand years of cultivation. You're still nowhere near Class 8. Jianchen is also a Radiant Saint Master and his talent is even greater than yours, but he won't be able to reach Class 8 without 1,000 years of cultivation. However, the world of Forsaken Saints won't give us 1,000 years of time, sighed the Grand Elder. Who said I need 1,000 years to become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master? However, a voice rang out from behind as soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking. The sudden voice caused the President and Great Elder's bodies to stiffen. Their expressions changed drastically. Even with their strength, they did not notice that someone had entered the room. However, the two of them soon found the voice to be extremely familiar. After being stunned for a moment, they immediately became overjoyed. They quickly turned around and saw the white-robed Jianchen standing behind them. So it's you. Please sit, kid. The Grand Elder smiled from the bottom of his heart. He did not waste any time on pleasantries, receiving Jianchen like he was part of the family. His gaze toward Jianchen was filled with joy. Even now, the Grand Elder still could not forget how he had given the violet medallion to Jianchen. Back when Jianchen was still weak, the Grand Elder could tell that Jianchen was extraordinary, so he had given him a violet medallion. However, He had never thought that the cultivator who was pitifully weak in his eyes would become a sovereign of the Tian-Yuan continent in just a few decades. The president also smiled at Jianchen. He sighed emotionally inside. Not only was the person standing before him a sovereign of the human race, but he was also his disciple. Jianchen, you just said that you don't need 1,000 years to become a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. May I ask when you'll become a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master? Given the current situation, if a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master appears, it'll be of great significance to us, the Grand Elder said sternly. Jianchen smiled when he heard that. He did not explain too much, directly taking the two of them into the artifact space. Within the artifact space, the Grand Elder and the President stood in a daze in the hall where the Radiant Saint Force origin energy was sealed. They did not regain their senses for a long time. Chapter 1460. There's actually so much origin energy here. It's truly shocking. The origin energy here is enough to create several hundred Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters, the President of the Union said excitedly. However, at this moment, the President and Grand Elder shuddered at the same time. Their eyes widened as they stared at the center of the hall. They were stunned. There, a head-sized white orb hovered in the air. Strands of pure origin energy surged out from the orb, enveloping the orb in a dense mist. It was very difficult to discover the orb if one did not look closely. The President and Grand Elder were unable to shift their gazes away after discovering the head-sized ball. They were completely absorbed by it. A while later, the two of them began to move in a daze. They instinctively made their way toward the ball and extended their trembling hands to slowly touch it. The moment their hands came in contact with the ball, they immediately shuddered. They were extremely shocked. The head-sized ball that constantly surged with origin energy was actually completely condensed from Radiant Saint Force origin energy. The amount of origin energy within it was so tremendous that it had reached an unimaginable level. The President and Grand Elder stood there in a daze. Even with their mental fortitude, they were speechless from shock. Only after a while did the two of them return to their senses. They both gasped as uncontainable shock and disbelief remained in their eyes as they stared at the ball that was completely condensed from Radiant Saint Force origin energy. Jianchen, are you a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master now? Or a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master? The Grand Elder stared at Jianchen in fright. The light in his eyes flickered with great anticipation. Jianchen smiled mysteriously. He raised his right hand and a strand of milky white light suddenly appeared at the tip of his finger. This was not ordinary Radiant Saint Force, but a strand of Radiant Saint Force origin energy. The only difference was that the origin energy Jianchen was using did not float out from between his eyebrows. Instead, it came from his fingertip. At the same time, the strand of origin energy was much more powerful than the origin energy possessed by the President and Grand Elder. The President and Grand Elder's eyes suddenly narrowed. They stared at the strand of origin energy on Jianchen's fingertip as they gradually became excited. Class 8. Class 8. This is the origin energy of a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. The President of the Radiant Saint Master Union cried out involuntarily. His eyes burned with desire. Even the Grand Elder was the same. All Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters yearned to reach Class 8 in their lifetime, just like how Saint Rulers yearned to become Holy Emperors and Holy Emperors yearned to become Holy Emperors. The only pity was that there was no origin energy of Radiant Saint Force in this world, so it was basically impossible for a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master to reach Class 8. Even the only Class 8, Radiant Saint Master in ancient times had only broken through with the help of a Saint artifact. A second Class 8, Radiant Saint Master has finally appeared on the Tian-Yuan continent. The Grand Elder sighed emotionally. His gaze toward Jianchen was extremely mixed. There had never been a Radiant Saint Master who was both a fighter and a Radiant Saint Master on the Tian-Yuan continent. Not only had Jianchen surpassed the Holy Emperor in strength and become the current sovereign of the human race, even his radiant saint force had reached Class 8. He had become the second Class 8, radiant saint master in the history of the Tian Yuan continent. Suddenly, the president's face changed. He excitedly asked Jianchen, "Jianchen, since you're a Class 8, radiant saint master now, do you have the ability to revive saint weapons?" Jianchen's face darkened when he heard that. He gently shook his head and sighed. Reviving saint weapons requires a corresponding secret technique. Although I've obtained a portion of the secret technique from the artifact space, it's not complete. It's not enough to revive saint weapons. President, Grand Elder, may I ask if the Radiant Saint Master Union has a corresponding secret technique? The President and Grand Elder both sighed. Disappointment filled their faces. The President regretfully said, "Our union doesn't have such a powerful secret technique, and according to what I know, the Class 8, Radiant Saint Master from ancient times didn't seem to have been able to revive saint weapons either. From this, we can see that the great Radiant Saint Master from ancient times didn't possess a complete secret technique either." Jianchen fell silent. He was extremely disappointed. To the current him, becoming a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master was unable to increase his battle prowess at all. The only thing he cared about was the ability to revive saint weapons. However, he did not possess a complete secret technique, so reaching Class 8 was basically useless. Afterwards, Jianchen temporarily left the Saint Artifact in the Radiant Saint Master Union so that the President and Grand Elder could cultivate there. He hoped that they could reach Class 8 as soon as possible. Not only was Class 8 a level of cultivation that they could only dream of, but their lifespans would also increase drastically once they reached Class 8. Aside from that, the Class 6, Radiant Saint Master that Jianchen had befriended in the City of God, Quan Yu Kai, entered the artifact space as well. Even the young lady of the Kara clan, Kara Livy, was given the opportunity to cultivate in the artifact space under Jianchen's special instructions. Jianchen only stayed in the Union for a few hours before leaving. Afterward, he arrived at the Fragrance River outside the City of God all by himself. He stood by the river and stared blankly at the calm surface of the river. He could not help but think about everything that had happened in the past. Not only had he experienced an intense battle on the Fragrance River, but he had also formed a bond with Fairy Haoyue. In the end, his fiancée, Yu Yu, had become Fairy Haoyue's disciple. The Fragrance River is engraved with a deep memory of the past. The familiar surface of the river, the familiar shore, and the boat. How long can this last? After quite a while, Jianchen sighed emotionally before shooting into the sky as a violet streak of light. He vanished into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Jianchen returned to Flame City on the Ziying sword. After chatting with Yu Yu, Bailian, and his old friends, he directly entered the forbidden grounds of the city lord's estate. There were no guards in the forbidden grounds. It was completely silent. Only a single divine hall stood there silently. It shone with a hazy light that was as gentle as the moonlight. Even under the scorching sun, it was still resplendent. Even the scorching sun was unable to drown out its radiance. Jianchen has come to visit Fairy Haoyue. Jianchen stood at the entrance of the divine hall and clasped his hands at it. "Come in." As Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out from within the divine hall, the door to the divine hall slowly opened. Immediately, a cold presence leaked out from the divine hall. It was filled with a sense of coldness. Jianchen strode into the divine hall with the twin swords on his back. In the end, he entered a majestic hall at the very top of the divine hall. It was empty, with only a throne at the very end. At this moment, with a flash of light, Fairy Haoyue's illusionary figure silently appeared. She sat on the throne at the very end of the hall as she looked down at Jianchen from above. Her eyes shone brightly as she admired him. Chapter 1461. Fairy Haoyue sat on the throne. Although she was only a projection condensed from her soul, she seemed rather dignified as she sat on the throne. Fairy Haoyue did not stand up. She extended a finger and immediately, the powerful energy of the divine hall surged, condensing into a chair beside Jianchen in a single moment. The chair was completely white and shone with the faint light of the moon. Although it was condensed from energy, it had completely materialized. It was as tough as steel. Jianchen did not hold back and sat down in a straightforward manner. He calmly stared at the illusionary Fairy Haoyue. Jianchen, do you know why I've asked you to come to my bright moon divine hall this time? Fairy Haoyue asked indifferently. There must be something important that you've asked Jianchen to come to the bright moon divine hall. However, please tell me what it is, Jianchen said. Fairy Haoyue stared at him in silence. After a while, she said, You've already reached Class 8, and there's a legend that's been passed down on the Tian Yuan continent. It's said that Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters can revive the saint weapons left behind by saint rulers, holy emperors, and holy emperors, allowing their former masters to reappear in the world. However, this legend has never been proven since ancient times. Even the Class 8, Radiant Saint Master who appeared in the ancient times failed to do that. Jianchen thought that Fairy Haoyue did not believe the legend, so he immediately explained, You're right. Class 8, Radiant Saint Water does possess the heaven-defying ability to revive saint weapons, but Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters alone are not enough to revive saint weapons. They need the assistance of a corresponding secret technique, just like how Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters can revive people whose souls have yet to disperse. They also need the assistance of a secret technique. The reason why the Class 8, Radiant Saint Master who appeared in ancient times did not revive the saint weapons was because he did not possess the complete secret technique. It's not because the rumors about him being a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master are false. Fairy Haoyue stared at Jianchen deeply and slowly said, Jianchen, you don't need to explain this to me. I obviously know that Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters can revive saint weapons. In reality, I may not be a Radiant Saint Master, but my understanding of Radiant Saint Masters is far greater than yours. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Some eagerness immediately filled his face. He clasped his hands and asked, May I ask why Fairy Haoyue has suddenly mentioned Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters to me? Jianchen, you should be able to guess a little. I've called you here to give you something that you need very much now that you've become a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. Fairy Haoyue said before waving her hand. Immediately, a roll of beast fur flew out from the depths of the divine hall, directly arriving before Jianchen. Jianchen studied the beast fur. It was the beast fur of a Class 5 magical beast. There was still a faint smell of blood on it, so he could tell with a single glance that it had been taken from a Class 5 magical beast not too long ago. Jianchen caught the beast fur that floated before him. He slowly unfurled it with some doubt and eagerness. Immediately, a series of words appeared before Jianchen's eyes. Jianchen unfurled the beast fur with both hands and immediately began to read its contents. With a single glance, he was immediately shocked. Uncontainable joy and excitement filled his face. This is actually a method for reviving saint weapons for Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters, and it's complete. Jianchen could not help but cry out. Disbelief filled his face. Even the great Class 8, Radiant Saint Master from the ancient times did not possess a secret method for reviving saint weapons. He only possessed an incomplete copy. However, Fairy Haoyue had clearly been born after the ancient times, yet she actually possessed a complete secret method that had never appeared in the ancient times. How could he not be shocked? Correct, this is the secret technique for reviving saint weapons. However, a secret technique like this can only be used slightly here, Fairy Haoyue gently sighed. Fairy Haoyue, may I ask where you obtained this secret technique? Jianchen asked. Jianchen, you already know that I'm not from this world. I've reincarnated from the saints' world. My father is the master of the Moon God Hall in the saints' world, and the divine king of the radiant world resides in my Moon God Hall. As a result, even though I'm not a Radiant Saint Master, my understanding of this domain is far greater than yours. Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters do possess the ability to revive Saint weapons. However, this so-called revival is not as perfect as the rumors on the Tian Yuan continent say. You'll know the exact details soon. Jianchen frowned slightly. He was rather confused by what Haoyue had just said. Was there some unknown secret about how Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters could revive Saint weapons? Radiant Saint Masters aren't as weak as you imagine them to be. It's just that their strength will only become apparent later on. In the Saints' world, there are very few people who are the opponents of Radiant Saint Masters at the same level of cultivation. Jianchen, since you've already become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master, you must have condensed a soul core. However, this soul core is only a basic soul core. Once you reach the 9th class, your soul core will fully mature and bloom with a 7-colored flower, condensing the power of the soul. Once the power of the soul appears, you'll possess great power. At that time, you'll be a renowned expert even with the entire plane in perspective. As a result, you must not fall behind as a Radiant Saint Master. Although Radiant Saint Masters can't compare to your chaotic body at the same level of cultivation, they won't be much weaker, Fairy Haoyue sternly said. Jianchen was very surprised when he heard that. He had never thought that Radiant Saint Masters would be so powerful at the late stage of cultivation. After all, Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters were basically powerless against fighters on the Tian Yuan continent. You've already grasped the secret method of reviving Saint weapons, so you should do what you need to do next. However, reviving Saint weapons as a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master is still a little difficult, so it's best if you increase your abilities as a Radiant Saint Master. If you can condense your soul core and reach the 9th class, it'll be much easier. Thank you for your guidance. Jianchen will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Jianchen bowed to Fairy Haoyue before leaving the Divine Hall. After returning to the City Lord's estate, Jianchen immediately announced to the world that he had become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. At the same time, he began collecting ruler armaments, king armaments, and emperor armaments. He planned on reviving Saint weapons immediately to prepare for the invasion of the world of Forsaken Saint. At the same time, Jianchen was extremely curious about the unknown secrets hidden in reviving Saint weapons. What? The greatest human expert, Sovereign Jianchen, is actually a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master? That's impossible. In the history of the Tian Yuan continent, there has never been a person who could cultivate both as a fighter and a Radiant Saint Master. Not only has Sovereign Jianchen surpassed the Holy Emperor, but he's also reached a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. Even a Radiant Saint Master has reached the 8th class. Is this true? The entire continent was thrown into an uproar as soon as the news was announced. Everyone was shocked by Jianchen's identity as a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. After all, Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters were even rarer than Origin Realm experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor. In ancient times, 4 of the 4 supreme experts who had surpassed the Holy Emperor had appeared, but there had only been a single Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. Even though Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters were nowhere near as powerful as sovereigns who had surpassed the Holy Emperor, it was not enough to drown out the prestige and status of Class 8 Radiant Saint Masters. Chapter 1462. Not only did the matter of the human sovereign becoming a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master shake up the entire Tian Yuan continent, but it also spread through the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, and the Wasteland continent as quickly as possible. It led to an uproar among the 3 other races. Everyone discussed the matter of the greatest expert of the Tian Yuan continent, Jianchen, becoming a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. If Jianchen was only a Class 7 Radiant Saint Master, his identity as both a fighter and a Radiant Saint Master would not have been enough to cause such a stir. However, once he reached Class 8, the significance would be completely different. The legends of Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters did not just spread across the Tian-Yuan continent. Even a few experts from the other 3 races and clans with long histories had heard about them. The ability of Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters to revive saint weapons was simply heaven-defying. Many people believed that the Tian-Yuan continent would definitely become the strongest out of the 4 races if they possessed a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. In the past, the magical beasts and the 100 races would definitely kill any Class 8, Radiant Saint Master that appeared on the Tian-Yuan continent regardless of the consequences. This was because the Tian-Yuan continent had accumulated countless saint weapons from sainthood experts since ancient times. If all these saint weapons were revived, it would be a terrifying force. At that time, even if the Beast God continent and the Wasteland continent worked together, they would not be the Tian-Yuan continent's opponent. However, the threat of the world of Forsaken Saints had made the 4 races work together like never before. Under such circumstances, not only did the appearance of a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master not make the people of the Beast God continent and the Wasteland continent worried, they even became excited. Our clan originally had a king armament. Several tens of thousands of years ago, our ancestor fought an intense battle against a human holy emperor. In the end, the ancestors slew the human holy emperor and took it back from him. It has always been stored in the clan treasury, but a few months ago, the great war god issued a war god order to collect all the saint weapons left behind by human experts. The king armament that has been in our treasury for several tens of thousands of years has been handed over to the war god hall. Otherwise, we could have used this opportunity to offer it to Jianshan and gain his favor. An old man in a large tribe on the Wasteland continent murmured to himself after hearing the news from the Tian-Yuan continent. Many people in the Sea Realm spoke in a similar manner. Although saint weapons could only be left behind after human sainthood passed away, a portion of them still ended up in the hands of other races due to various reasons. Since a small number of human experts lived in the Sea Realm and cultivated there until the end of their lives, there were quite a few saint weapons in the Sea Realm as well. There were even more saint weapons in the Sea Realm than on the Wasteland continent. However, due to the personal order from the great sea goddess of the Sea Realm, all the clans and organizations that had collected saint weapons voluntarily offered them up and sent them to Poseidon's Hall as quickly as possible. No one dared to disobey. However, it was exactly because of this that many clans and organizations began to regret their actions. They had offered their saint weapons to Poseidon's Hall, but they had not received any rewards or rewards. However, Jianshan had actually personally ordered them to collect the saint weapons, so many people immediately began to think, would they receive some extra rewards if they sent the saint weapons to Jianshan's Hall? The Tiger Clan, which used to be one of the most powerful clans on the Beast God continent, was filled with regret as well. The current Grand Elder of the Tiger Clan currently stood on a mountain range as he stared in the direction of the Beast God Hall. He sighed. No wonder the Pring Emperor collected the saint weapons of the humans on the Beast God continent a few months ago. It's because he already knew that the human sovereign had become a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. Sigh, we have a few saint weapons of the humans as well. Just the Emperor armaments alone amounted to 4 of them. They were all spoils of war in the past, but they've all been taken away by the Pring Emperor now. If we personally hand the Emperor armaments over to the human sovereign, he'll just have to say a few words to the Beast God, and it'll be a piece of cake for us to avoid being wiped out. Pring Emperor, this might be the only chance for our Tiger Clan to survive. Are you not even going to give us this chance? Although the Emperor has committed treason, he's still innocent. Many of our clansmen are innocent. The Grand Elder of the Tiger Clan was filled with despair. The Grand Elder was pessimistic. His face was filled with some despair. Even though they knew that the day the winged tiger god emerged from seclusion would probably be the day their clan was wiped out, they did not choose to flee. Even if they fled to the ends of the world, it would be pointless before an expert that had surpassed Saint Emperor. Soon after the news of Jianshan collecting Saint weapons spread in Flame City on the Tianyuan continent, experts from the Protector clans and Mercenary City visited the city. They all offered up a space ring before leaving. Soon after, Sangqiong from the Beast God continent, Yadrium from the Poseidon Hall of the Sea Realm, and a Hall Elder from the War God Hall who had reached the level of a Holy Emperor all arrived. They also offered up a space ring. The space rings contained all the saint weapons they had collected from their territories. They offered them all to Jianshan without holding anything back. Jianshan was stunned when he saw the large number of saint weapons in the space rings, but he soon smiled. He clasped his hands at them and thanked them. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he entered a secret room with the space rings and immediately entered seclusion. Jianshan could not help but gasp when he finished counting the saint weapons in the space rings. Even with his mental fortitude, there were several hundred Emperor armaments in the space rings and over 10,000 King armaments. There were 10 times more ruler armaments than King armaments, reaching 100,000. These saint weapons had been accumulated over the course of several 100,000 years, or even over 1,000,000 years on the Tianyuan continent. There were many of them, but they did not even amount to a tenth of the sainthood experts that had appeared on the Tianyuan continent in the past few years. Just any one of the Protector clans had fused over 100 Emperor armaments into their ancestral weapons. At the same time, the masters of these Emperor armaments were all members of their clans. Chapter 1463. A head-sized luminous pearl was embedded in the ceiling of the quiet underground room. It shone with a gentle light that filled the entire room. Jianshan sat in the center of the secret room with his eyes closed. He silently recalled the method of reviving the saint weapon and every single step, making his final preparations for the revival of the saint weapon. A while later, Jianshan abruptly snapped open his eyes. Immediately, 2 bolts of lightning seemed to shoot out from his eyes, causing the room to brighten slightly at that moment. He slowly raised his right hand as he stared at the tip of his index finger. A white light suddenly appeared on the tip of his finger. The light was extremely gentle, but it illuminated the room like it was daytime in a single instant. The head-sized luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling dimmed in comparison. This was the origin energy of radiant saint force. Although the origin energy was stored in his soul, Jianshan was able to use the origin energy with greater ease after reaching Class 8. He could use it with his hands now. Jianshan used the radiant saint force on the tip of his finger as a brush, slowly drawing complicated and profound inscriptions in the air. He moved very slowly, but he was completely focused. He was afraid that he would make a mistake and fail to revive the saint artifact. The inscriptions in the air did not disperse. Instead, they remained there, shining with a faint white light. Every single inscription contained a sliver of weak radiant saint force origin energy. Jianshan drew 36 inscriptions with all his attention. Every single inscription was different, and they formed a formation in the air. At this moment, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on Jianshan's forehead. It was as if drawing these inscriptions was extremely difficult for him. Jianshan finally let out a sigh of relief as he looked at the 36 inscriptions in the air. He thought, every single saint artifact contains a soul formed from the vital energies of their previous owners. If I want to revive the saint artifact, I need to awaken the weak soul within the saint artifact first. Then I need to use a secret technique to dissolve the saint artifact and condense a body of energy with the saint artifact's power. Only then can I revive the weak soul within the saint artifact. If I want to awaken the weak soul within the saint artifact, I need to cast 36 inscriptions condensed from radiant saint force origin energy into the saint artifact. According to the secret technique, condensing 36 inscriptions from radiant saint force origin energy is the most difficult step. I never thought I would succeed on the first try. Jianshan could not help but faintly smile as he looked at the formation formed from the 36 inscriptions. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face suddenly froze. He saw that the 36 runes in the air were rapidly fading. In just a few breaths of time, they disappeared without a trace. I failed. Jianshan was stunned. He then sighed gently. The failure this time had actually caused the radiant Saint Force origin energy within the inscriptions to evaporate. He had lost some of his origin energy. However, the loss of a sliver would not affect Jianshan much as a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. The first step really is as recorded in the secret technique. It's not that simple. But what's the reason for my failure? Jianshan did not become discouraged at all. Instead, he sank into his thoughts, carefully pondering the reason for his failure. Afterwards, Jianshan did not feel tired at all. He tried again and again. Condensing the 36 inscriptions was not difficult for him. The difficulty lay in the fact that the inscriptions would actually disperse without him knowing the reason behind it. At that moment, even Jianshan had no idea what he had done wrong. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Jianshan tried time and time again in the secret room, but he failed time and time again. However, Jianshan would stop and think deeply every time he failed, searching for the reason. Finally, he found the true reason for his failure after 7 days. The formation formed by the 36 inscriptions can awaken the weak souls within saint weapons. Not only do the inscriptions need Class 8, Radiant Saint Force origin energy, but they also need a sliver of the caster's soul and vitality. Jianshan came to a realization. Without any hesitation, he immediately fused a sliver of the power of his soul into the 36 inscriptions. At the same time, he used the Ziying sword to cut his finger and dripped out a droplet of blood, splitting it into 36 portions. This was no ordinary blood, but the blood of the chaotic body. It possessed powerful pulses of energy and vitality. Even though it was only a droplet of blood, there was no doubt that it possessed the power to kill saint rulers. Jianshan fused a sliver of the power of his soul and a droplet of essence blood into the 36 inscriptions, immediately causing them to shine brightly. They actually turned from white to faint red, shining with a dazzling red light. At that moment, the inscriptions seemed to have gained the presence of life. This time, the 36 inscriptions seemed to exist forever. They formed a perfect formation, as if they had become a single entity. Jianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. With eagerness and excitement, he immediately sent the formation of the 36 inscriptions into the ruler armament he had prepared beforehand. The 36 inscriptions vanished as soon as they came in contact with the ruler armament. Afterward, under Jianshan's control, they quickly surrounded the weak souls within the ruler armament and slowly fused with the weak souls, awakening them. A while later, the feeble soul completely absorbed the 36 inscriptions. The radiant Saint Force origin energy within the 36 inscriptions then roused from its slumber. The power of the soul rapidly replenished the feeble soul, allowing it to recover rapidly. The droplet of essence blood had bestowed life upon it. Jianshan could clearly sense the changes in the weak souls within the saint armament. He suppressed his surging emotions and continued to use the secret technique to dissolve the saint armament, turning it back into a ball of pure energy. Whether it was ruler armaments, king armaments, or emperor armaments, they were all condensed from the saint force within the bodies of experts. Jianshan was turning all the saint armaments back into their original forms and condensing them into bodies of energy. Jianshan did not encounter any difficulties with this step. Everything proceeded extremely smoothly. He successfully turned the ruler armament into a ball of pure energy before condensing it into the form of an old man before him. The old man's features were clear. Although he was condensed from energy, he did not seem any different from a body of flesh and blood. However, the powerful pulses of energy that belonged to a saint ruler constantly shook the secret room. His eyes were blank, without any light at all. The strength of a 6th heavenly layer Saint ruler is just as I expected. Although Saint armaments can be revived, their strength has indeed decreased after being revived. They don't possess the strength of a 9th heavenly layer Saint ruler, Jianqun murmured to himself. He studied the old man before him curiously. His face was filled with undisguised excitement. This was because the old man before him had been revived from a Saint armament with his abilities as a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master. However, Jianqun discovered that something was wrong with the old man very soon. His blank and lifeless eyes did not seem like a normal person at all. Chapter 1464. It doesn't have a mind of its own. It's like a puppet. Jianqun discovered the problem very soon and was immediately surprised. He was greatly shocked. At the same time, he actually sensed an extremely familiar presence from the old man. It was the presence of a sliver of his soul and blood. I fused a sliver of my soul and a droplet of blood into the 18 inscriptions to awaken the slumbering soul within the Saint weapon. In the end, the soul actually possessed my presence when it was condensed from the Saint weapon's energy after it was awakened. On the other hand, it didn't possess any presence that belonged to it at all. And not only does the old man not have a soul, he doesn't even have a mind of his own. He seems like a puppet. Did something go wrong when I revived the Saint weapon? Or are all Saint weapons like this after they're revived? When I obtained the complete secret technique from Fairy Haoyue, the Fairy Haoyue said that although Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters could revive Saint weapons, it wouldn't be as perfect as the ones on the Tian Yuan continent. In other words, the revival of Saint weapons has some drawback. Is this the drawback? With that in mind, Jianqun pulled out another ruler armament from his space ring. He wanted to find out whether the drawback of reviving a Saint weapon was the inability to retain its master's consciousness. He wanted to find the answer from the second ruler armament. This was because he still held a sliver of hope. It was extremely likely that the reason why the first ruler armament had become like this was because of him. Due to his previous experience, Jianqun was much more familiar with reviving the second ruler armament. Very soon, the second ruler armament condensed into a burly, middle-aged man under his eager gaze. However, in the end, Jianqun was disappointed. This was because the burly man he had just revived was the same as the old man. He did not possess his own consciousness. His eyes were empty, without any light at all. Jianqun gently sighed. He felt rather regretful inside. Although he had accomplished the great feat of reviving Saint weapons, which had never been done on the Tian Yuan continent before, the revived Saint weapons would not have their former consciousness. As a result, the strength they could use would be extremely limited. This was not something he wanted to see. Although these puppets that had been resurrected by the Saint weapon would most likely become his personal troops in the future, and there was no need to worry about them betraying him, he would rather have living people who retained their own consciousness than these puppets who would never betray him. This was because the current Tianyuan continent was in dire need of power. Next, Jianqun conducted a deeper research on the two puppets and found out their strengths and weaknesses. However, what made him feel gratified was that although the two puppets didn't have self-awareness, they still retained some of the fighting experience they had when they were alive. Moreover, they didn't feel pain, let alone fear. Once a battle of life and death occurred, this would be their greatest advantage. Looks like I can only treat them as human-shaped weapons, Jianqun murmured to himself. His gaze towards the two Saint weapon puppets was filled with mixed feelings. Before this, who would have thought that the revived Saint weapons would end up like this? Jianqun calmed himself down before immediately taking out the third Saint weapon to continue the resurrection ritual. Although the revived Saint weapons would be puppets, which would be a form of blasphemy and disrespect to their previous masters, the current Tian Yuan continent was in dire need of this power. As a result, Jianqun could not care less in these special times. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. Other than reviving two ruler armaments, Jianshan had also revived 3 king armaments and an emperor armament, so 3 more holy emperor puppets and a holy emperor puppet appeared in his artifact space. These puppets struggled to retain their strength from when they were alive, so they all lost 3 or 4 minor levels of cultivation. With my current strength as a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master, reviving ruler armaments is nothing difficult, but reviving king armaments is a little difficult. As for emperor armaments, it'll be extremely difficult. I almost failed when I revived the emperor armament earlier. With my current progress, who knows when I'll be able to revive all the saint weapons in my space ring. Perhaps the world of Forsaken Saints will have already invaded the Tian Yuan continent by then. Looks like I need to reach Class 9. Once I reach Class 9, I'll be able to complete the ritual. Even reviving emperor armaments will become much easier, Jianshan thought. He slowly stood up, opened the door, and left. Jianshan did not take the saint weapon puppets with him. Instead, he left them in the secret room. It was not suitable for the outside world to learn of their existence. Jianshan did not disturb Bai Lian and the others. He silently left Flame City all by himself and returned to the City of God in the Holy Emperor's Empire. He entered the headquarters of the Radiant Saint Master Union and returned to the artifact space to continue cultivating. Within the artifact space, the President, Grand Elder, Quan Yu Kai, and Kara Livy sat in the 4 corners of the hall as they cultivated. The Radiant Saint Force origin energy that permeated the hall was absorbed by the 4 of them at a visible rate. The rate at which the 4 of them absorbed Radiant Saint Force origin energy was nowhere near as fast as Jianshan. As a result, the mist-like Radiant Saint Force origin energy in the hall did not seem to weaken at all after cultivating there for over a dozen days. However, Kara Livy and Quan Yu Kai had been at the peak of Class 6 for many years now. Although they had only cultivated there for over a dozen days this time, Jianshan could tell that the 2 of them were extremely close to breaking through. Although the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union had remained at the peak of Class 7 for several hundred years at the very least, he still needed some time to break through even with the Radiant Saint Force origin energy directly absorbed. Jianshan concealed his presence and silently arrived at the center of the hall. He arrived before the white sphere completely condensed from the Radiant Saint Force origin energy. He stared at it for a while before sucking in a deep breath. He sat down in the air and gently pressed his hands against the sphere. Immediately, the origin energy around the sphere began to pulse violently as if it had become extremely uneasy. It began to approach Jianshan's forehead uncontrollably. An invisible whirlpool seemed to emit a suction force from Jianshan's forehead, sucking in all the origin energy. In the end, it formed a white line that connected to Jianshan's forehead from the sphere. At the same time, even the purer origin energy within the sphere surged out endlessly. In the end, it was all absorbed by Jianshan like a whale. Chapter 1465. Time passed silently, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Jianshan, Adami, Terlink, Kara Livy, and Quan Yu Kai devoted themselves to cultivation. They paid no attention to the matters of the outside world, having completely sunk into a state of selflessness. They all wanted to break through as soon as possible so that they could play a part in protecting the Tian Yuan continent in the next battle against the world of Forsaken Saints. During this half a year, the artifact space was peaceful. Ever since Jianshan had moved all the magical beasts there to the Beast God continent, the artifact space had lost its usual liveliness. The roars that would appear from time to time had vanished long ago. The entire artifact space was deathly silent. The atmosphere was stifling. Compared to the peace in the artifact space, the outside world was extremely lively. During the half a year that Jianshan had vanished from the Tian Yuan continent, the people of the Tian Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, the Sea Realm, and the Wasteland continent had never stopped discussing Jianshan. Basically all the saint weapons in the 4 races had been sent to Jianshan, so the people of the four races were naturally very concerned about whether Jianchen had revived their saint weapons. After all, in the eyes of many people, it was still very difficult to believe that an expert who had died many years ago and only left behind a saint weapon could come back to life. This was because this was a legend that had been passed down since ancient times, and there were no records of anyone coming back to life from a saint weapon. Even the only Class 8, Radiant Saint Master from ancient times had failed to do so. As a result, many people doubted the legend. There were even a few people who did not believe that Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters had the ability to revive saint weapons. As a result, many people of the four races waited for Jianchen's news quietly. They all hoped that Jianchen would give them an answer when he appeared again. It would be fine if saint weapons could not be revived, but if he could, the power of the Tianyuan continent would multiply without a doubt. They would be extremely useful in fending off the world of forsaken saints. After half a year of absorption, the head-sized white sphere before Jianchen had shrunk by almost a quarter. The soul core condensed from Class 8, Radiant Saint Force origin energy in Jianchen's soul had increased by quite a lot as well. The origin energy within it was several times denser than when he had just reached Class 8. This was not just an increase in quantity. It was also an increase in quality. After all, the Radiant Saint Force origin energy within the sphere was much purer. Adami, Terlink, Quan Yu Kai, and Kara Livy sat in four corners. After half a year of cultivation, the four of them had absorbed more than half of the origin energy in the hall. Their rate of refinement was nowhere near as fast as Jianchen's. Even if they worked together, they would not be able to compare to Jianchen when he was still at Class 7. However, at this moment, the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, Adami, began to shine brightly. An extremely dense white light radiated from his head, enveloping his entire body in a single instance. This was the sign of a Class 7, Radiant Saint Master breaking through to Class 8. At that moment, Adami had finally reached Class 8 as he wished. All the Radiant Saint Force origin energy he had cultivated and the origin energy he had absorbed from the artifact space surged violently within his soul. It all condensed towards a single point, condensing into a tiny soul core in the end. Adami roused from his cultivation not long after he condensed his soul core. When he opened his eyes, his appearance had changed as well. Even though he was still an old man over 70 years of age, his face was rosy and full of energy. Even the wrinkles on his face had clearly disappeared. The vitality that had been about to wither in his body suddenly surged again. Adami was unable to contain his excitement and joy. He had waited far too long for this day to become a Class 8 Radiant Saint Master. As a matter of fact, he had worked hard for over 2,000 years just to reach Class 8. Not only did reaching Class 8 mean that Adami had fulfilled his greatest wish, but it also meant an increase in his lifespan. Class 7, Radiant Saint Masters were the same as Saint Rulers. They only had a lifespan of 3,000 years, while Class 8, Radiant Saint Masters had the same lifespan as the Holy Emperor. Adami was the president after all, so he calmed down very soon. He glanced around and discovered Jianchen sitting in the center of the hall, absorbing origin energy to cultivate. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Jianchen has already become a Class 8, Radiant Saint Master, yet he's absorbing even purer origin energy here. Does he want to reach Class 9 in a single stroke? Adami thought. He immediately gasped before his eyes became extremely bright. He looked at Jianchen eagerly. Class 9, Radiant Saint Masters have never appeared in the history of the Tianyuan continent. Even I, the president of the Radiant Saint Master Union, don't know if Class 9, Radiant Saint Masters exist or not. Does Jianchen want to create a legend that belongs to us Saint Masters? Adami suddenly discovered that his heart began to beat violently uncontrollably. He did not leave and continued to sit where he was. His eyes shone as he stared at Jianchen. He wanted to personally witness the birth of a legend, the legend of a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master. In the blink of an eye, another half a year passed. Quan Yukai and Kara Livy had successfully become Class 7 Radiant Saint Masters, but the two of them did not leave either. They sat where they were like a dummy and stared at Jianchen. They wanted to see whether Jianchen could become a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master or not. Kara Livy was over 100 years old, but she only seemed to be a mature woman in her 20s. She was noble, elegant, and beautiful. She stared at Jianchen's handsome face in a daze. Her eyes were filled with mixed emotions as well as some admiration and admiration. Very soon, another half a year passed. The Grand Elder of the Union, Terlink, had successfully reached Class 8 as well. When he learned that Jianchen was breaking through to Class 9, he did not leave either. Instead, he stayed behind. Even the artifact spirit of the sacred artifact had come, sitting cross-legged before the gate quietly. Jianchen had already cultivated in the artifact space for a year and a half now. Less than a third of the head-sized sphere remained. When he had cultivated there for exactly 2 years, the artifact spirit suddenly opened its eyes. At the same time, the President and Grand Elder narrowed their eyes. In the next moment, an extremely powerful pressure suddenly radiated from Jianchen. It originated from his soul. The expressions of Adami, Terlink, the artifact spirit, Kara Livy, and Quan Yukai immediately changed. Without any hesitation, they immediately stood up and left the hall, distancing themselves from Jianchen. This was because before the pressure, they discovered to their shock that their souls were actually trembling. Not only were they unable to move, but they even felt like their souls were about to disperse. It was as if they continued to endure the pressure, or if the pressure became a little stronger, just the pressure alone would be enough to cause their souls to collapse. In the end, their souls would be obliterated. Is this the pressure of an Origin Realm expert or a Class 9 Radiant Saint Master? Adami could not help but cry out. His eyes were filled with shock. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling light erupted from Jianchen's body. The light was no longer gentle. Instead, it was filled with toughness. It surpassed the sun as it expanded into the distance. At that moment, the entire artifact space was enveloped by the light. Kara Livy and Quan Yukai could not help but groan in pain. The two of them hurriedly closed their eyes and covered their eyes tightly with their hands. Through the gaps between their fingers, they could faintly see a trace of blood slowly flowing down. The President and Grand Elder closed their eyes as well. As they retreated quickly, they covered their eyes with their hands. There was also a faint redness between their fingers.